And now, Knock 2 Studios presents Common Censored.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Common Censored. I'm Lord Sterling, and I hope you're all having a fantastic new year. Happy New Year to everybody. The coffee is good. The day is good. I didn't hear about any craziness happening last night other than Joe Biden being interviewed at Times Square and just being Joe Biden. How's everybody doing? We got 4 people in Rumble. Welcome. We got Mama Mac on YouTube. What's up, Mama Mac? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're well today. If I have to sneeze, I apologize for that, but my allergies are acting up a little bit. We've got a crazy show today. Man, I saw this interview yesterday with Dr. Stephen GREER, and I wanted to go live last night to talk about it, but I just didn't end up having time. So we're going to do it today, and I have a feeling that the information in here is pretty important. So I don't think Dr. GREER is going to be too worried about copyright. I hope not, but I will be doing commentary, but we're going to be watching through on the entire video because this is some real interesting stuff, and we'll be drawing connections and Googling as we go about various things because this is a wild ride. Dr. GREER, in case you're not familiar with him, he created CENSORED, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, and founded the Disclosure Project in the 90s, I believe. Let's look him up real quick. Of course, this is Google, so they're going to say he's, a pseudoscientist and a crazy guy. But let's see what we got here. We'll go to Wiki. Stephen Macon GREER is an American ufologist and retired physician who founded the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence, CENSORED, and the Disclosure Project, which seeks the disclosures of alleged classified UFO information. GREER was born in Charlotte, North Carolina in 1955. He claims he saw an unidentified flying object at close range when he was 8. And naturally, this sent him on a crazy path for the later half of his life. He retired from being a doctor at I think 33, 34. Now he's 67 and he is, or 68, and half of his life since he retired from being a physician has been dedicated to UFO research and disclosure. Not only UFO stuff, though, as you will see, this goes far beyond what many people think is the UFO phenomenon. And no, I refuse to say UAP and succumb to the modern terminology of the people who are hijacking the movement this time, because there always seems to be like a committee formed and research being done, but then the intelligence communities infiltrate the committees and shut everything down and have limited disclosure. So this is going to be different because Dr. GREER, like I just mentioned, has been working at this for 34 years, since the 90s. And he basically, maybe even earlier, since, I don't know. What's 34 years ago, people? Yeah, since like 89. I'm 36, so that's I'm not good at, for some reason I can't do math on the fly at this particular moment. But getting distracted here. Dr. Greer has been collecting lots of information over these past decades, uh, debriefing hundreds and hundreds of whistleblowers and insiders and people who have witnessed things that have been giving him information, detailed information. He's got all kinds of stuff, and he had an experience with somebody who he met who ended up archiving all of his father's work after his father had passed, and had to spend all this time figuring everything out and putting everything together. And the guy asked Stephen Greer, "Yeah, who's your archivist?" And Greer was like, "Ooh, that is a good point. I got to organize all this information and preserve it for posterity. So instead of waiting for the government to disclose all of this stuff, which is never going to happen, basically, at least not to the they may provide a limited window into it. He's going to be dropping all of his information online in a giant database that's searchable, where people that'll have all the black sites listed that he's been told about, all of the accounts from whistleblowers and from witnesses with their names, if they don't want to be public, redacted, but their stories and information listed on the website. They're in the process. They built the database. They're in the process of putting together a website so that it can interface with the internet. It's going to be massive. Okay, 93, Greer founded the Disclosure Project right in front of my face. He had founded CENSORED, I think, prior to that. Yeah, look here, 1990. It was on screen the whole time. You guys didn't tell me? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so this is real crazy, guys. Let's go back to the video. And like I was mentioning, it's not just UFOs. What people don't realize is that a lot of the UFOs that they see are UFRs. The federal government and offshoots of the federal government that operate in black projects without congressional funding or approval illegally have effectively, in conjunction with the military industrial complex, companies like Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, they've been reverse engineering Nazi and extraterrestrial technology since the 40s, which they've been using to do all kinds of crazy stuff, manipulate gravity, scalar wave technology, 0 point technology, which is essentially free energy from the hyperspace void, basically, effectively, infinite energy from the fabric of the universe that can theoretically be tapped. And people like Bob Lazar have gone public before. In the early 90s, he went public after having claimed to been working on reverse engineering the sport model, an extraterrestrial supposedly craft that was recovered by the US government decades ago. And he, what's up, Ed? What's up, everybody in the chat? He was working on reverse engineering the propulsion system, which he claimed operated based around an element that we don't have access to, or didn't have access to at the time, element 115, manipulating gravity. And so basically, it's not just UFOs. There's a whole secret space program. NASA is like a front, and they've been using anti-gravity craft for decades, even before the moon landing, I think. Moon landing and the space race was just to make other countries think that we were on the same par as them, for operational security, to prevent them from realizing all of this crazy tech that we have and trying to get their hands on it, basically. So there's that. There's the fact that these crafts operate using advanced energy technology. It's been kept secret because it would basically mean an instant end to the oil companies and energy oligopolies that dominate everything. So this is huge. And let's jump into the video itself. Give me 1 second here, guys. Ed Hoskins cracking me up in the chat. Gotta put it on screen. And let's jump into this. Yeah, and Ed, none of this requires space at all, because odds are these craft, a lot of them come from underground within the planet itself, or are extra dimensional. And so if you think about the mathematical odds of a planet being light years away, if space were real, right? The odds that they would ever be able to get to us are super slim, unless it's like within our solar system. So it's more likely that we're dealing with something from Earth, which Tucker Carlson mentioned recently on his Timcast chat at AmFest. And I'm rambling. Let's jump into this. This has got 7,500 likes. We need to triple that.
And I hope you
right
had a
now.
great holiday with your family.
Hello, Pat, and thank you, and hope you did also, and everyone happy New Year and holidays. Hope everyone has a great 2024. It's going to be interesting, as they say.
GREER knows
a
what's
lot
up.
of big changes in the next 12 months.
It's it would probably be better to say that, buckle up.
Buckle up. Yes, indeed.
Up.
Here we go.
Jones is friends with GREER, Alex Jones, and they've interviewed, he's been on InfoWars a whole bunch of times, and Alex seems to have a super high respect for him and his research and the conclusions that he's come to about the secret space program, and about the advanced technology that's being suppressed and all of this. And Mama Mac, I did see that there was an interview with Alex and Jimmy Dore the other day. Jimmy Dore has come a long way in the past few years. And wow, Alex talked about intraterrestrials. Make sure he gives me credit for that word. I mean, I obviously didn't say that word because I created the word, but that's cool. Yeah, I think it's real. And Ed Hoskins, Nazis still running around fucking with people. Yeah, that's one of the premises of the Core saga as well. The Nazis escaped Germany, at least high-ranking ones, using Project Odessa, it was called, where the Vatican helped smuggle out high-ranking Nazis through Italy and to South America. Operation High Jump, as we learned from we watched about it in Robert Sepper's video, Invading Antarctica. In 1946, Admiral Byrd led a fleet of like 4,000 soldiers and sailors and airmen with an aircraft carrier, the USS Philippine Sea, down to Antarctica with a secret mission to rout out a Nazi base that was allegedly down there. And basically there was supposedly a dogfight, and they lost planes, and crazy stuff happened. So yeah, Nazis definitely survived World War II. There's been evidence discovered all over Argentina and other countries. And I just wanted to make the point that GREER is this is like a guy who Alex Jones believes in, who seems to whose conclusions I only started recently following him a lot, and the conclusions that he's reached are the same conclusions that I've reached about the secret space program, about the anti-gravity, about all this stuff. So me, Alex, Dr. GREER, we've all independently sort of come to these same conclusions, because I've been studying this kind of stuff even longer than the political stuff, since like I was looking at Bob Lazar videos and back in middle school in like the late 90s. So, and I've, my friend Sean can attest to that. He sent me this video yesterday. So yeah, let's jump back into this. GREER is the man. This is freaking Nazis. Why won't they just die or evolve? Right, Mama Mac? Well, they did evolve. They went from the iron fist to the velvet glove. institutionalizing and implementing an incrementalized, compartmentalized, psychological boiling of the frog instead of a global military takeover that's been, messing with us all for decades at this point. And you'd think they would all be dead, Ed, but they have whole new generations, and they would have died if the organization was killed, but it's possible they took over, or maybe were already in control in the first place.
Okay, so so I think that this year-end disclosure update that we're going to do here really will help to answer the many questions that people have about the NDA and
Kayla,
what
they
has
keep getting
happened with
new
it.
organs.
And I think
Hilarious.
they'd love to hear your own opinion on some of the interviews and some of the news that has come out in mainstream media. There's been a lot, and
Yeah.
people have tried to sift through this. It's impossible to figure out what's true and what isn't. There's all kinds of stuff being said out there. So
Yes, and we've heard that personally
mhm.
from people like Tucker Carlson and members of Congress and other people from all walks of life who've contacted said we just don't know what
Ghost
to believe, who to
915
trust, what's
motorcycling.
there.
What's up?
Because
Right.
when people begin to look into this, here's the key thing: 90% of the information out there are like pre-positioned weapons of mass destruction from a psychological and psychological warfare point of view. And so if you start looking into this with not a whole lot of background information, it's very easy to get diverted into the disinformation or false information as opposed to the information. It's a big problem. It's a problem.
And this is something that I've been saying too, for a long time, with people, whistleblowers coming out, like with the Tic Tac stuff, and with David Grush, and they're talking about all these things, and there are people who just got involved with this, and they're getting, well, not the Tic Tacs, but David Grush is getting secondhand information. He's not a primary witness. He's being told things by people who are involved with the Clintons and stuff like that, and so the problem with taking these new whistleblowers and people like Tucker, who has admittedly not studied this a lot, taking them too seriously with this stuff, is that they don't have the perspective of what's really going on. That David Grush could easily be being told about an American-made craft, that it's UFO related. These people could be being fed disinformation, and so I notice things when I watch a lot of these people that, like Tucker talking about it. He's like right about some stuff, but there's a lot of context that they're missing that lend them to. It makes it easier for these kind of people to draw conclusions definitively that there may be more than meets the eye to. And there's nothing wrong with these people, like David Grush. I think he's an awesome dude, and that his heart is in the right place. And same with Tucker, obviously. But there's a lot more going on than meets the eye. And this is one of the guys here that's been in it long enough to have attained a much wider spectrum point of view. Grush has like 3 people on the inside feed him information. GREER has been doing it for 35 years and has 1,000 whistleblowers and people who have fed him information. So he just has a much wider range and spectrum of view. The ice wall. There's no ice wall in.
I've been dealing with for over 30
Still love you.
years. December marks the 30th year anniversary of my book
It's
briefing,
through
the first CI director.
It's not a
we did.
wall. They go under it, and a U-boat 201 entered the inner Earth. It's the inner Earth that's beyond the wall. It would be like a whole nother plane wave, like a whole nother plane of existence, basically.
With Clinton. And 30 years on, I don't think a whole lot has changed in that regard, because what we call the fund of knowledge, the basic information that these leaders in Washington have, and certainly journalists and the general public, is an admixture of myth and information and deliberately proffered false information for its manipulative value. And that, I think, is the biggest problem that we saw in the 90s when I wrote the paper, when disclosure serves secrecy, the secret agenda. So the very people who kept a secret, their agenda is always the one that's going to be pushed forward because they have assets embedded everywhere throughout media and government and elsewhere. And the result is that they end up putting out information that has a kernel of truth in it that's surrounded by a poison pill of disinformation.
And that's a disinformation tactic called poisoning the well, where you mix truth with lies so that people know that the lies are lies. And since they don't know that the truth is true, the known lies discredit the unknown truths. So you go into something, you see something that you know is fake, and then since it's being presented with something that's true, but you don't know that and it sounds outlandish, you automatically believe the truth is lies as well. Classic disinformation. And that's the problem with a lot of the the whistleblowers, that they just have one tiny piece of the puzzle. They got something true, and it's mixed with stuff, and they're not intentionally misleading people, but a lot of them, especially ones that are being told things like Grush, are potentially being misled, believing it's truth, and then passing on the poison pill just because they think they're doing the right thing.
It's sort of like a sweet coating on the outside that looks true, and then you take the poison. So that's something that's been developed since the 50s. As you all know from the CIA document we acquired after I briefed the CIA director about this, where in 1953 they talked about the great psychological warfare value of the UFO subject. So we're 70 years into those guys having a running start on what's now beginning to be just the disclosure concept that I founded in the 90s is now used in all the mainstream media. It's called disclosure. You know, someone joked or sort of trademarked that. No, I'm just kidding. But that, unfortunately, we know that whether you're the president and you have someone come in with a portfolio of false information, or you're a journalist, you're going to first have the people shoved in your face who are counterintelligence, disinformation operatives, even though they may not come across that way initially. So it's a complicated problem, and it's why there is so much confusion and consternation and what have you.
Right. So can you discuss this NDAA, and can you tell me or tell our listeners what policies have changed towards this UAP research and transparency? Are they more transparent? And how is this going to impact people's future? What can we
Share this
expect?
everywhere, guys. This is huge.
Well, to be honest with
huge
you,
news.
A great deal of the most important aspects of it was gutted by the conference committee between the Senate and the House. What the Senate passed was pretty aggressive. And the Senate Intelligence Committee and the folks I've been working with there, it came out of committee unanimously to put this amnesty or safe harbor period in so that individual corporations would have 6 months to come clean. Then they'd be in violation of the law explicitly, et cetera.
Limited amnesty. So basically what Congress was doing is setting up a review board and mandating that companies like Raytheon and Lockheed Martin that I mentioned, who, Lockheed with their Skunk Works builds UFOs basically and works on all kinds of crazy shit. They're mandating that these companies come forward and disclose to the government advanced technology that they've been developing, reverse engineered from UFOs and other sources, potentially like Nazis, and there's like this whole breakaway civilization with super advanced technology. They're trafficking humans with UFOs, octagonal jet black UFOs with anti-gravity propulsion, boop, 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 zipping around and like blipping from country to country in like a split second. Ed, if you get a laser gun, send it my way, brother, or get two. I mean, yeah, that'd be sick. I was watching The Man with the Golden Gun the other day, 2 days ago, the old James Bond movie, and he had a laser gun in that, taking the sun's energy and harnessing it into a beam, which is another interesting sort of connection to the Core saga. But the guy who played the Man with the Golden Gun, interesting fact, Christopher Lee, he was part of the special operations group that became the SAS after World War II. He was involved during World War II. And he's, a crazy dude. Basically, he was friends with Ian Fleming, And Ian Fleming later admitted that James Bond was based at least largely on Christopher Lee, which is interesting because he ended up playing a bad guy in the Bond movie. And he's like, James Bond, we have so much in common. And it's like, yeah, because the character is based on you. But yeah, let's jump back in here before getting too sidetracked. This is a really, really crazy information. Everybody really needs to share this because this needs to go super mega viral. There's going to be tons of information for people to dig through, the craziest shit imaginable, imminently, like within a month potentially. So share this immediately.
A lot of that was taken out.
Tartarians, yeah, Ed,
Now,
really
there were other
interesting.
parts
The
of
mud
it that
flood.
were problematic that I think resulted in other parts of it being taken out. And we're going to get into something here very controversial, what I'm about to say. But there were some provisions in there modeled on the JFK Assassination Records Act, which was ballyhooed as a great step forward. In reality, the JFK Records Act resulted in the continued cover-up of the most sensitive information surrounding that event, and everyone knows that. And so the other problem with this is that there was going to be a 9-member panel appointed by the president and then confirmed by the Senate. And unfortunately, neither the people in Congress nor the White House, and I would say most of the UFO research community, don't know the history of these panels.
So they're just going on like, oh, it's gonna really do something. It's gonna be real. And so they wanted to. I got sidetracked, but yeah, they're demanding that these military industrial complexes companies share the technology and offering a 6-month window of amnesty where they're acknowledging that you guys did this illegally, stole like government property and hid things from us when we were supposed to be working together, and we'll offer amnesty if you come forward and deliver the technology, which has been intentionally suppressed because it would free humanity and elevate us to the next level. Yeah, the people that are involved in this think it's a legitimate effort, basically, when there's a history of panels similar to this having existed before and being sabotaged by the intelligence industry community, as you'll see.
Robertson panel in 1953 was set up as an objective research project to look into the UFO issue, and it turned out we have documents that state this, that Dr. Donald Menzel of Harvard and other people on that panel in a CIA document were on the payroll and were embedded to sort of skew the results and steer that panel into a dead end. The same thing happened a few years later, 1969. The Condon Committee was Professor Condon at University of Colorado. They were set up to get to the bottom of this. We have CIA documents. It's all going to be in the archive that all of you can read. These are official documents, not contested. Their provenance is not in doubt. And it states the key members of that panel, including Professor Condon himself, were on the payroll of the CIA and were actually
well, what do you know?
but that had to be kept very secret. We have that document. And it turns out, as you know, from the Disclosure Project, initially, the group of witnesses that came forward in 2001, Dr. Robert Woods, who was a McDonnell Douglas aircraft, which of course that merged with Boeing. Mr. McDonald himself of McDonnell Douglas wanted him to look into the UFO issue. He did. He found all this hard evidence, and he was going to be on that committee with Professor Condon, the Condon Committee. And Professor Condon went to Mr. McDonald and told him to fire him, and he was kicked off that committee because he had actual evidence as opposed to the myth and the cover-up. So
yeah, the whole aliens thing. I mean, there potentially are, aliens, right? But they push all of the attention towards that to divert from all of the stuff that they've got going on in secret with the black ops and the black budget and everything.
There's a problem with this, and this is, could there be 9 people that would be appointed by these bureaucrats and people in the government who would not be corrupted clandestinely? It's not like they're wearing a badge. Here's the naivete of the public. No one wears a badge saying, I'm a covert CIA operative, right? So these people, whether they're bribed or there's Oppo research on them.
Like we just saw with Tim Burchett coming forward and talking about how members of Congress are blackmailed with honeypot operations.
Or they did something illegal that they can hold over them, or some personal problem, or money. I mean, all the above has been done to me and offered to me. And so what I see is that would have been very difficult, because it would have also been under top secret clearance, and then they could decide whatever they found, which parts the public would know and which parts they wouldn't. What that means is that there would be just pablum that probably proffered to the public and the media. Now, some people have said I'm working with in
Nice
the Senate
alliteration.
that's a rather cynical view, but I think it's because it's not cynical, it's realistic if you know the history. So if you don't know the history, you're going to repeat it. And unfortunately, the members of Congress who conceived of that, I don't think know this 70-year history of how this has been covered up.
So he's like, yeah, I'm going to work with the system as much as I can, but I'm going to the way that I do that is going to be influenced by my knowledge of how the system has been manipulated before. So I'm not going to just walk into the same trap and repeat the same cycle. I'm going to walk in knowing that there's infiltrators, knowing that there's people on the CIA payroll interfering and being involved. And the way that he, you guys get it.
The mechanisms are and how those efforts have been corrupted. Therefore, the real action needs to be, and with what we've been saying for 30 years, is an open, not classified hearings in the Senate and House,
We
and a
need
true
it.
investigation. Now, I will tell you, having worked for years now, very intimately with the most senior people in the House and the Senate, particularly the last 2 years, there's no real investigation going on because they haven't staffed that up yet. And when I first met with the senior officials on the Senate Intelligence Committee a couple years ago, the plan was they were going to put on a group with about 30 investigators to get to the bottom of this. And that funding and that process never began. They opened the AARO office, AARO, at the Pentagon. But that office also was conducting all of its debriefings of the whistleblowers we brought in a SCIF, secure compartmented information facility, top secret, where a lot of that was covered up and not sent back over to the members of the Congress. I know for a fact. How do I know that? Listen carefully, everyone. We would bring people over to Washington. They would first meet with my trusted folks who are really the white hat good guys, Senate Intel, Senate Armed Services, etc. So they would get all that information from these whistleblowers first. Then they would drive them over to the SCIF or AARO or the Pentagon. And so they knew when that AARO office and Dr. Kirkpatrick was covering up the testimony and information given by some of the most important firsthand witnesses, which unfortunately, at this point, I can't name who all those were. But I'll just give everyone an example. None of you know who this guy is. It's a firsthand whistleblower, not like Mr. Grush, someone who's secondhand. And he was at Area 51 for years. He was actually in control of communication monitoring of all telephone conversations and everything in the very top secret S4 and other areas. He worked this issue for a number of years and also was at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
S4.
And
That's
what
where
he
Pablo Lazar
shared,
worked.
Dr. Kirkpatrick didn't want to hear, and then left it out of what he would then send up to even the top secret gang of 8 folks in the Congress. So that's why you saw last spring a rather strong letter from Senators Rubio and Senator Warner of Virginia that said point blank, it was sort of castigating the AARO office for having done that. Now, the reason they knew that had been done, we had made sure that they had that information independently. So it's a check and a balance. So that's what we've been doing. I know it's shocking to some people to hear this, but you have to. You cannot trust folks who are in these positions not to be corrupted or corruptible. Now, ultimately, the way to get around that is to do this and take it completely out of. And this is where I completely agree with Congressman Moskowitz. He's a Democrat from Miami, and Burchett, a Republican from Tennessee, Luna.
Burchett's the man.
Across the spectrum in the House oversight, where they realize they need to have an open hearing and they need to have subpoena power. And that is what we're now working with them on. And we just proffered and sent over to them a couple weeks ago before Christmas 23 of the first really important top secret firsthand whistleblowers to be subpoenaed. And if they're subpoenaed, they're testifying under oath. If they
want to be
lie, they get
subpoenaed.
prosecuted, and it gives them cover. More importantly, most of them want to be sure they're giving cover and protection for coming forward. 2 weeks ago, we had a brand new Lieutenant Colonel Air Force retired, who was at a very important Air Force base and dealt directly with the pilots and the aircraft that are the man-made UFOs. That, of course, right now you have an army of ufologists going up there telling people that didn't exist. Right. That's the biggest part of the cover-up. Heads up, everyone. It's not about the extraterrestrials, aliens. It's about what we have. Because
that is the crux of all of this. The aliens, whoever they are, they've been around for thousands of years, right? They're not like fucking with us too much, as far as we know. The cattle mutilations, that's probably us, or secret branches of us. The real cover up here is, it's part of the whole deindustrialization, extermination of humanity. They need to keep this technology secret, because otherwise we would effectively have infinite electricity, infinite energy resources that would free humanity and empower humanity and take us to the next level. And they can't allow that. They don't want us to have power and individually be empowered as this technology would allow for. It's the same reason Nikola Tesla was destroyed, and Westinghouse and JP Morgan pulled his funding and burned down his facility right when he was on the brink of creating a technology that would effectively provide unlimited energy to humanity. And like I played, that there's more than one way of going about this, but this is the best one if we can get it, the 0 point type stuff. But like we saw with that doctor on the show recently, a couple weeks ago, where we had Chris Dunn being interviewed on the Danny Jones show, and he brought up this video of the scientist. Oh, I can't remember what his name is at the moment, but capturing electrons from compressed granite that are being released during tectonic pressure. Remember, we showed the granite block with a vise, and just squeezing it creates a current, and so we can capture all that energy theoretically from the ground, which is emitted through mountaintops and earthquake lights, and and man, you've cracked me up, and it would empower us. So they want us dead, and they don't want us to have power, so they're keeping all this stuff secret. And that's the major part of all this, which is what's exciting to me. We're going to have access to all of GREER's research about this in the near future, public domain, like publicly. And so let everybody know, this word needs to spread immediately and far and wide, that this information is going to be available soon for people to dig in. We got to get the autists digging in on 8chan and everything, and the peds. So spread this everywhere,
because those technologies disclosed would terminate the oil industry and the Center for Utilities and all of that. It's hundreds of trillions of dollars. So I think that one of the problems is being sure that the people who are firsthand get subpoenaed, and it's the correct people. But then there's another level, and that is what we've been spending a lot of time on behind the scenes is, and I'm not going to say who I'm doing this with, but like when there have been some of the earlier hearings, they'll contact me and ask me what questions to ask. The big problem, because I've been doing this now for 30 some years and have debriefed over 1,000, literally over 1,000 whistleblowers. You have to
whistleblowers, not witnesses, and whistleblowers. People have seen UFOs. He's talking about 1,000 whistleblowers. 1,000 people on the inside have come forward talking about various parts of this whole complex of secret space program and UFO construction and advanced technology development. And so all these people have like a compartmentalized view of like their tiny little sliver of the process. Like people who are building parts to the nuclear bombs, like didn't even know it. They're creating a gasket or something, and it goes into this crazy thing. That's the same type of thing that's going on. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. Only the people at the top see the full picture. And people like GREER, who have combined all of this information from all the way across the spectrum from people who have come forth from various parts. And so while GREER has still limited information, he's got more of a perspective than a lot of people do. So this is going to be major as he works to organize and put this out in a cohesive, understandable way for people to read through themselves.
To know enough to ask a follow-on to the follow-on to the follow-on question. It was complicated. In other words, you need to have a certain level of knowledge to even know what the next question would be, to be frank. I don't
Exactly.
want to get into the weeds too far with this.
It's-
That's why there's a huge educational learning curve for members of Congress.
Like, you're not going to get shit about the secret space program if you don't know to ask about the secret space program. You know what I mean? Like,
or White House, who are incredibly busy with a million things: the Middle East blowing up, China, Russia, Ukraine, blah blah blah, the economy. And so to get them, up to date and up to speed correctly with information and not false information, very difficult to do and very time consuming. That's what
She
behind.
she tries to talk.
Behind the scenes of what we're trying to do and have been doing rather successfully.
She squeaks.
But it's a slow going, of course. Now, the other thing that happened in 2020.
Yeah, interestingly, green cheek conures like Loki tend to be pretty vocal, but Loki's pretty quiet. She learns things from me, like we communicate in clicks and weird little noises, like stuff like that, and she imitates them.
Forward towards the very end of the year, there were. I'm sorry.
You mean 2023?
2023. Yes, I'm getting ahead of myself a year.
That's okay. You're almost there.
Yeah, hey man, I'm a man in a hurry, right? I ain't getting no younger, girl. So, don't I know it? So I was thinking the other day, I was 34 when I started this disclosure effort, and now I'm 68, half my lifespan. Wow. But at any rate, what I think is very important for people to appreciate is the volume of information that's out there that we have versus the volume of disinformation that's the mythology. And the dominant paradigm is the mythology, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so when they have these people go up there, they have a little bit of knowledge, all right? Let's say you're a secondhand witness or you're an operative, like Luis Elizondo. You're going to provide the information that the cover-up artists want them to provide.
Boom.
Or you just simply don't know. And you find it unbelievable.
I think they're doing the right thing.
Some of the pilots, like David Fravor,
being used as pawns.
Very sincerely believe that those objects he chased had to be from another dimension, another world, another planet, whatever.
Remember, I played the video before with the scientists talking about Project Bluebeam and how they can heat. They seed the environment with the various things from chemtrails and whatnot, the atmosphere, sorry, and then they can heat up portions of it and create those glowing spheres, and then like a laser pointer, just kind of drag them around instantly through the sky. So like the Tic Tacs, the glowing orbs, and they'll show up on radar as well. But they're not physically there. They're like a laser beam conjunction projection, activating particles in the atmosphere. So people who don't know about that technology easily are like, it's got to be a UFO from out of this world, but it's probably not. And you might, they just don't have the perspective. So GREER is, like, it's just hard to imagine anything getting done when you have people like Grush and Burchett, who are just too new to this to know what questions to ask and what to demand gets released. So GREER's disclosure here is going to be one of the best paths moving forward to just get this information out and get people to be aware to the point of the full spectrum of the information so that they even are in the right ballpark when asking questions, because otherwise nothing's going to get done. This is critical information for the information war, for humanity to progress to the next level of advancement and enlightenment. This is critical. Everybody share this everywhere. This video needs to go viral. Not necessarily this video with me, but GREER's video on GREER's channel. Let's take a look at his channel real quick. This is Dr. Stephen GREER, his latest video, 2023 year in review and the state of disclosure. He had another really interesting video a few months ago, which I also recommend. Monday, June 12th, 2023, his groundbreaking National Press Club press conference, where he interviews a bunch of whistleblowers who talk about crazy experiences. Like, it was a Marine who talks about witnessing human smuggling in 2004 in Indonesia, with where they cross a ridge and there's a giant 100-foot wide black octagonal anti-gravity disc with its bottom section lowered, and trucks are driving onto it and loading stuff onto it. And then dudes with American accents with technology that didn't exist in 2004 surround the Marines and take their weapons, and they have like touchpads and all kinds of crazy stuff that existed but wasn't public, because the secret space program, the military industrial complex, their technology is decades ahead of what we have. AI, they've got it. Robots, they've got them. Everything that we're seeing now is slow roll release of things that have existed for a long time. So let's go back to the actual video and get more into it. Sorry for rambling. I'm going to grab more coffee as this rolls for a minute. Share this everywhere. Anthill. Yeah, we were talking about deep underground military bases recently. Dumbs. Oh, did I not put the tab on? Okay, thanks, Mama Mac. Here, I'll rewind it. Sorry about that,
from
guys.
the Lockheed Skunk Works.
Coffee.
Now, another update, David Fravor, who this is why some of the pilots, like David Fravor, whom I've spoken with, very sincerely believe that those objects he chased had to be from another dimension, another world, another planet, whatever.
Left you hanging. Sorry about
we
that,
couldn't
guys.
possibly have something like that, and yet we have.
I am human.
knowledge
I'm
and
not an
proof
alien.
that those were in fact from the Lockheed Skunk Works.
Lockheed.
Now, another
Skunk
update.
Works.
In late September, I was taken by a classified helicopter and a very high-ranking person inside the secret deep black government programs to two black sites out west at very low altitude. And I have that video. I think you've seen some of it, including the opening to the underground facility at one of them that was run by the Lockheed Skunk Works Corporation and Boeing, which worked seamlessly, and another one that was Northrop Grumman. And it's a site that I know the most senior people in the Congress that we've handed this over to subsequent to this, and we have, had no idea existed. They didn't know the sites existed. They didn't know what was underground there. It's like an anthill where you go under, and then it's this huge complex underneath.
That's what I was talking about. DUMBs, deep underground military bases. The one that Phil Schneider talked about in Dulce, New Mexico. Colorado at the airport at Denver is supposed to be on top of a giant facility that has tunnels interconnecting all kinds of other facilities. There's all kinds of crazy stuff about deep underground military bases, DUMBs.
In the deserts out west. And this particular site had electromagnetic pulse weapons that, of course, an electromagnetic pulse is what you get from a nuclear blast. But just that pulse factor can be weaponized. Now, that's against the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, but we have them. And of course, the organization doing this could care less about law, treaties.
Yeah, EMP blast will take out electrical devices, basically interfering with electron flow, and it'll ruin your devices. So if you have like important information, it's something that could easily be used. If they drop like set off an EMP in a city or something, it could cripple, it could cause a rippling effect that could shut everything down. And so it would be real bad. Yeah, so make sure you have Faraday enclosures for valuable digital data that you may need, etc. There's a variety of companies that make Faraday bags of various sizes and shapes to store important things like hard drives that may contain critical information, or even just photos of your family, stuff like that. 2024 is going to get fucked. So you got to be prepared to lose all digital data in the case of an EMP or something like that. Be prepared. Look up Faraday cages.
International law, etc. Who cares? If you're going to be rogue and break the law, you're going to break all of them, right? So what has happened when I was over this site, I realized this gentleman is a senior operator there, very senior, who actually has handled the biologicals, meaning the dead bodies of the ETs, but also of the human pilots that we've killed that have accidentally strayed into that airspace during an operation that have been struck with these electromagnetic pulse weapons at both sites. The one site I was over, he said about 2 ET craft a year are knocked down there, and that he's been involved with retrieving and the OPSEC, operational security around it. He's extremely senior. And so it was kind of spooky because there was a security vehicle right by one of those as we descended right over the site, maybe 100, 200 feet, AGL, but ground level. But, and the director of the law enforcement strike team that we've been providing information to is behind me and the back of the backseat of the chopper. But the purpose of this was for us to review this site, because besides the fact that they're targeting and knocking down the ET craft, and by accident, unfortunately, a civilian aircraft, and they just completely get rid of the fuselage and the bodies of these poor people who have been killed over this site. And that's something we're looking at opening up a major investigation and lawsuit over, because it's a lot of people over the years that have been killed. This one site's been fully operational for 40 years, and 40. And
I'm telling you, this shit's been around for a long time.
Have on average killed about 2 ET craft and retrieved those victims during that period. So that's 80 crash retrievals, just at one site. The other site, similar number. So when I tell people we have 122 crash retrieval cases, those are the ones that we have had people come forward and talk about. There's obviously probably more than 1,000 over the years, and I would say globally much more than that. The other problem is that we found out that that same site, this operation, they have people who've been trained using very advanced technologies. And what I described in 1991 is consciousness-assisted technology, interface between thought, consciousness, and technology, to essentially hijack an ET vehicle, bring it in.
And the Stargate Atlantis in the pilot episode introduced a concept of technology that requires an ancient gene of some specific branch of humanity that enables this consciousness assisted control of the ancient technology It's possible that Stargate and a lot of other TV shows are predictive programming vessels to acclimate the public to the existence of this type of technology as well, whether it's wormholes or light speed or 0 point or the technology just mentioned.
Into the area and kill it. And this particular gentleman is handing over to us a couple of these operators that do that. Most of the people doing that
Let me rewind that.
to essentially hijack an ET vehicle, bring it into the area and kill it. And this particular gentleman is handing over to us a couple of these operators that do that. Most of the people doing that are killed in the process of their training, but there are some alive, and a couple of them are coming forward. Now that sounds like science fiction, but it's true. And this is part of the problem, is that the deeper you go into the subject, the rabbit hole just gets crazier. And
yeah, and if without literally years of experience sorting through the bullshit, you're never going to be able to tell what's real and what's not, which is why it's hard to, know who to trust. And when you're just hearing reports of secondary information from David Grush and from, Tucker Carlson and stuff, it's like these are not experts. So just be wary and dig deeper.
And the truth is way more unbelievable than the fiction being sold. Now, of course, all these senior folks who've approached us know about how they've been conducting abductions, making them look alien, what those technologies entail, how they've been doing and why they've been doing mutilations. We have a new whistleblower who's involved in that directly. It's very dark stuff, as Tucker
Cattle
Carlson
mutilations.
recently said in an interview with someone. But he doesn't know that a lot of the stage crafting of the scariest stuff are covert human programs.
It's us
conducting them for their psychological warfare value, quote unquote,
and
CI document.
And to draw attention away from the fact that it's humans, to push it towards aliens. Oh, it's got to be aliens. It's got to be aliens. Don't suspect the U.S. government. They're misleading people with the whole direction of where to investigate. It's kind of like how they changed the definition of inflation to from the increase in a monetary supply to the increase in prices. So that way, people are like, "Oh, inflation's bad," and they look at the increase in prices. But they don't look at the definition of inflation, which is the increase in monetary supply that would lead them to ask questions about the central bank printing all the money in the first place. So they're diverting your attention from the causes to where they want you to be looking for their magic show presentation, basically, a sleight of hand.
But that's something we hope to clear up with Mr. Carlson soon, and some other journalists who have been gaslit by some false information.
Yeah, I mean, his comments, I don't know if you want to speak to any of his comments that are particular comments. You might want to, because they are out there in the public domain. And I think this has caused a great deal of confusion with the public and people who follow this. Not just the public, but people in the government and law enforcement. It's serious.
Oh, it is. It totally is. But that's the intention.
Right.
It's not to bring clarity. It's to bring confusion. To hide and obfuscate with false information and false narratives. But the stagecraft, the staging of these false events is so well done. Right. You have very advanced aircraft that are anti-gravity, that are human. You have very advanced technologies of things that look like an alien that aren't. And then on top of it, there's been this deliberate conflation and confusion around extraterrestrial and extra-dimensional.
Right. And, it doesn't seem that it doesn't appear that he may be doing this on purpose. I just think he doesn't know at all. So,
no, he doesn't.
Yeah, they don't. They think they're, they think they've just got the perspective that they've got and the information that they've got. And speaking about, man-made UFOs, let's take a look at this. The Phoenix Lights. This is one that I think is man-made. The giant triangular crafts that people report. The other big one that's in my mind right now being the Tinley Park lights, which are basically the same thing. They were witnessed over Ozfest in like 2003 or 4, somewhere around there, in Tinley Park, Chicago. These giant triangle of lights appearing overhead, and it's hard to tell if because the sky is dark, if the lights are around a triangle or a V, because there's no light in the background helping you distinguish. But movies like the Avengers with the giant V shape or giant triangular anti-gravity cloaked, effectively like flying aircraft carriers, maybe predictive programming, showing you, like a science fiction version of real shit that we already have. Pretty wild.
No,
Totally
so
innocent. Totally innocent.
right, right. And
Yeah.
then he said he thinks that ETs have been here for forever and that the US government has made contact with them for some time and that he finds this disturbing. Um, does he have proof of any of this? And if he
Smash that
does,
like button, people.
what should he do with it?
Well, no, he's heard these accounts from secondhand, and that part of it's true. There have been ETs that have been around on the planet for probably longer than Homo sapiens, humans. There have been events that happened early on with contact, and then, of course, we ended up betraying those ETs back in the 50s. I always tell people, can you name a single treaty the U.S. government has done with anyone where they haven't betrayed it? I'd like to hear about it. Being, my grandmother's half Cherokee, Native American, asked them how that worked out with the Trail of Tears, where they were mostly the genocide of the Cherokee Nation. So I think one of the
Brutal.
problems with this also is if you're a little bit of knowledge is a very extremely dangerous thing. I mean, I've said this now for most of 2023 because it was quite clear that there were people coming forward that had secondhand information and are just looking into the issue quite recently in the last few months, maybe the last couple of years, like Mr. Grush. And it's very easy to lose your way through that wilderness that's been created deliberately.
Yep.
I think the other bigger problem is
this is what I think about the flat Earth. It's one of these rabbit holes that's disinformation that's piled into this whole rabbit hole of weird stuff that people are easily, compelled by, and rightfully so. But I think that's one of the dead ends that I've researched a lot as well.
Many of the events are not even the staged fake alien events. They're things from another dimension. And I was recently on a Twitter Spaces interview. I guess there were 50, 60 people listening. Right. And I went on it deliberately because there was a group that deals with all the reptilian, myth. And of course, no one on that understood the difference between an extra-dimensional, interdimensional being that is brought from another dimension, all right, which exists, and an extraterrestrial biological entity from another planet and star system. The reason it gets so confusing is why I encourage people to look on our YouTube channel here. We have a whole afternoon event talking about the cosmic structure and architecture and all these different phenomena and that get called phenomenon. All right, so there are multiple phenomena, plural, being called one thing, UAP, whatever. And that's bad because what happens is that you have quite spooky, scary things that can be induced, let's say, brought forward from another dimension that aren't extraterrestrial, but sure would look like one and sure would confuse people. So now you have three things going on. You have the actual EBINs, extraterrestrial biological entities with actual spacecraft, but they travel when their technology allows them to go beyond the speed of light. But when they're even hovering somewhere over Earth, they can be shifted out of this dimension into another and then pop back and forth. That's how they look like they materialize and dematerialize. So that technology is easily confused with, and let's call it a native extra dimensional or a being from another dimension. That's not an ET from another planet, because there's some overlap in the phenomenological way that they would appear, what you would see and experience. So then you have, of course, the man-made, completely man-made, fake aliens, fake UFOs, or man-made UFOs. And all of that gets thrown into sort of a blender.
And not only do they like make craft, you know, that are hovering, that are saucer shaped, whatever for UFOs, but they'll like, you know, put like a fabricated language on them to make them like look like they're alien as part of the psyop. You know, for the witnesses, they're like, oh my God, I really did see something alien. That wasn't written in German or English or anything. That was some alien language, you know, craziness.
Gets mixed around in people's heads as they first begin to look into this. So this cacophony and confusion is completely understandable. It just has, it requires corrective knowledge and information, which is what we're trying to do. But it's difficult because the weight of the zeitgeist out there, let's call it, is all into the spooky stuff that then commingles it with the actual extraterrestrial. And if you don't know to make the, I always have used this analogy. I'm a doctor, so let's say someone comes in with chest pain. If you think everyone appearing with chest pain in my emergency department is having a heart attack, you're going to miss 100 other diagnoses: pulmonary embolus, dissecting thoracic aneurysm, pleurisy, pneumonia, blah, 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 blah. Like a whole list, I could go on all day. Now, that's unfortunately what's going on with this subject. And that's called a differential diagnosis. In other words, you have to have enough knowledge of what the signs and symptoms and findings would be for any given reality, what it is. In this case, that's not happened yet. It's all clumped together, and there's no discernment. There's no parsing it out. And that makes it very easy then to gaslight and confuse people with scary narratives, where you can confuse the ET issue and the, let's call it the native extraterrestrial craft and people with the man-made ones that are staged with the extra-dimensional, interdimensional phenomenon, which is also very real, by the way. Absolutely.
It's like a extraterrestrial false flag type thing, you know, where they make a craft, they fly it, they scare some people, they say it's aliens, and then they create a reaction to the aliens. You know, this is the whole premise of the Project Bluebeam operation, that they stage an alien attack, unite humanity against it, and create a global government to respond to it. So we got to watch out for shit like that, for sure.
Real.
And
So that's the biggest crux of the confusion that people like Mr. Carlson or these senators and congressmen run into. And then they throw their hands up and go, we don't know what to believe. We don't know who to believe. And it becomes very difficult at that point, because you have to spend a great deal of time to go through the data and learn basically a new paradigm of understanding the cosmos, dealing with dimensions, other worlds. And the big paradigm buster is what illegal secret government programs have. And this is greatly underestimated by the UFO subculture, the media, and Congress.
People are just so completely unaware of it for the most part. People look at me like I'm nuts when I talk about this stuff. Probably half of you are right now. But, you know, thus is the cost of being ahead of the curve. Like the Joker said, I'm not crazy. I'm just ahead of the curve. You know?
Whatever you think we humans have, it's 100 times more unbelievable. And so that creates its own problem, because it means that
breakaway
the ability to false flag, hoax, stage things that to any reasonable person, I'm saying reasonable person, would believe is alien or extraterrestrial.
Yep.
It's quite well developed. And that's unfortunately one of the big challenges of the disclosure effort.
Yeah, well, they have, I think, you know, we've talked about this before, this idea of dimensionality with different beings and different, you know,
right,
like whatever they are. The government, I mean, this illegal black ops also has that capability of dimensional travel that people would say, oh, no, 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 that can't be real. That
Mhm.
sounds like myth or science fiction. But as we all
Mhm.
know, this
Right.
is real.
Well, I've dealt with at least 3, maybe 4 separate covert technology teams that have had very high voltage toroidal donut shaped systems that
Epic.
at certain frequencies will bring into this dimension, 3D, some really scary thing like a demon or something terrifying from another dimension, extra dimensional. It's not extraterrestrial. And so this gets into a very, big problem where we have a big catching up to do in our basic understanding of the architecture of the cosmos, what I call the new cosmology. And that's why in, I believe, 1990 or 91, I wrote a paper called ETs and the New Cosmology. That how do you understand the ET phenomenon when there are these other things going on, and how do you discern and just make a distinction? Now, 30 some years later, of course, most people haven't read that, but it's controversial. Any new information is always controversial, which I accept. That's fine. I don't have any problem with it. But we're really going to have to focus on that more and more than people would like to, because this simplistic, naive, everything that goes bump in the night is an alien business is that's got to stop pretty quickly. Now, the best way for that to happen, again, 2 things: open hearings where people who have knowledge of this are put under oath and subpoena, and they talk about it. All right. And number 2, law enforcement going in and seizing those assets that are being used criminally.
The problem is law enforcement technology is vastly outweighed by the technology that these people have. I don't even know if it's possible for law enforcement to seize this technology. And the other issue, as he'll get into with people talking publicly in public hearings, is that people like Grush, for instance, he's like, in his recent testimony in front of Congress, he's like, oh, well, I can talk about that in a SCIF, a secure compartmentalized information facility. These secure information exchange places, basically. But the problem is that, because they have NDAs and they're not supposed to disclose things publicly that are covered by the National Security Act, confidentiality, stuff like that. But what they don't understand, a lot of these people, is that they're these whistleblowers, they're working for illegitimate branches of the government that are not actually legal, that are not congressionally authorized, that are not congressionally funded. And so they have to be educated to understand that the non-disclosure agreements that they signed no longer apply, because non-disclosure agreements cannot legally cover illegal activity. You can't have somebody sign an agreement to secrecy regarding illicit, illegal operations of whatever organization is having them sign the NDA. So the fact that these organizations doing this stuff are operating illegally inherently voids the non-disclosure agreement. So for Grush, he doesn't need to go into a SCIF to talk about a lot of this stuff. Some of these whistleblowers that come forward that think they can only disclose it to Congress in secure formats, it's not true, because in a lot of cases, because your NDA does not mean you can't disclose illegal activity.
And standing them down. And I've said this before, there needs to be, everyone's been focused on the NDAA and this bill and that bill. That's great. And I've been there.
National Defense Authorization Act.
Suggesting, I actually was the first person to suggest to the Senate Intelligence Committee people to put this amnesty provision in back a couple years ago. And initially they didn't want to. And if they did, they thought, well, we'll do 18 months, and they did 6 months. But it didn't come out of committee between the House and the Senate Conference Committee. But maybe it will next year. The point I'm making is all of that process has to go along with people understand what it is that you're trying to investigate. Which phenomenon are you investigating? And so that's where it gets more and more and more complicated for the members. And the only way to clarify it would be to bring forward people who, number one, have dealt with both, or one or the other. Maybe one person dealt with the ET, another person dealt with the man-made, another person dealt with the stagecraft of staging the mutilations and abductions, who come forward, who are whistleblowers. But then the other part, it would be for law enforcement to actually go in and seize these assets, because they're just simply enforcing existing law. You don't have to pass a new law. They're on the books. I mean, there are any number of laws against abducting people, torturing people, mutilating people's private livestock,
Yep.
Kidnapping,
Without due process.
embezzlement of government funds, illegal black budget operations, on and on and on. So, there's dozens of felonies that are already on the books of the federal and state and local governments, for that matter, that are being violated. So in that sense, what you really need is a three-prong approach, and this is what we're doing. One, open hearings under subpoena in Congress, not in a skiff. Now, I'm going to come back to this in a minute. Remind me too about how that's been messed up, all right, in the last 6 months. The second would be law enforcement, where they go in and there's a knock on the door and it's polite, and then it's not polite, and they come in. It is like a SWAT team. That needs to happen, because otherwise you're not going to be able to get these assets under control, but also to show them to the Congress and the White House and the public, which is the intention of the law enforcement team that we've been having briefings with and giving them the information they need from our archive, from the intelligence collection we have of 147 black sites that we've collected. And now the other part of it is then the third prong, and there's, I won't say who it is because these are still in negotiation. There's a major law firm that sued one of the giant corporations and won about $2 billion, Dragon Slayers. And they've approached, one of the partners saw me in the airport at LAX, basically, and approached and said, we had a conversation, and I talked about our legal disclosure project effort, and this person offered the firms resources to do this.
Boom.
So that's something
multi-billion-dollar firm.
See how far that goes.
Oh man,
we have a number of cases that can be opened and put through federal court. That would provide another way you could go to discovery if there was a cooperating federal judge, if he's not corrupt, would then allow for site investigations, depositions, discovery, and it would rock these large corporate entities on their heels, because now we're talking much bigger than a $2 billion lawsuit. There's a lot of zeros after that for what they've done and what they've taken from the world and the people, these free energy devices, all of it. We have the former chairman of a major Fortune 100 company that's come forward and is admitted he has the documents and the proof this company had, quote, free energy that would save the planet and eliminate poverty. But he has to be subpoenaed. So he could be subpoenaed in Congress, but you could also do it through a private civilian series of suits. And so that's the third approach.
Right? They want to be subpoenaed because doesn't that kind of jump over their NDAs in some way?
Well, let's talk about that. Yeah. Their non-disclosure agreements, whether it's corporate or government, already been nullified. And luckily, there's a man I've been working with for about a year who did not want to come forward unless he spoke in a SCIF, top secret secure compartment information facility, which is where you exchange top secret code name level information. And I've been in those. Now, what's interesting is that he's now come around and understood. It took about 9 months for him to get his
head around
that his non-disclosure agreement is nullified, because the operation he was working under on this particular issue was a criminal
You too, Morbid.
enterprise,
Happy New Year.
not overseen and approved by the Congress or the president.
All right,
So
let's
now that
rewind
he
that.
knows
That's
that, he's
important.
working on to really see the proof that his non-disclosure agreement is nullified because the operation he was working under on this particular issue was a criminal enterprise, not overseen and approved by the Congress or the president.
And that's what people don't understand. You know, like you go into the presidency and you assume that presidents are going to be briefed on everything that's going on, and you know, the alien stuff, the tech stuff. But this is all happening, not all of it, but large portions of it, using black money from heroin in Afghanistan, from human smuggling throughout the world, that they're using to fund these black projects that are illegal, not supervised or authorized by the Congress or the president. This has been going on for decades. You know, why do you think they want to control the heroin fields in Afghanistan? You know, human trafficking is like $160 billion yearly black source of funding worldwide. This is happening.
So now that he knows that, he's willing to come forward and give testimony. So for many of these men and women, it's a process. Oh, and you know, you remember the hearings this past summer when Mr. Grush said, "Oh, I can talk about that. It needs to be in a SCIF." Not true. What I'm telling now the members of the House Oversight Committee is that I'm glad you were denied a SCIF, because you should not be conducting this business in a SCIF. This should be in an open hearing on C-SPAN and on the news networks. We should afford that organization no cover of national security, none.
Boom. And Fluster Cluck, yeah, that's definitely a part. You know, Fluster Cluck 99 says it's not about the non-disclosure agreement. These people just don't want to die for disclosure. That's true, but those people, for the most part, aren't coming forward as whistleblowers. These people have, you know, seem to recognize the threat, but are still coming forward as whistleblowers, but don't want to violate their agreements in the process. So they want secure, compartmentalized information facilities to transfer the information to Congress, etc. But if you can convince them that their NDAs no longer apply because of the inherent law breaking involved with the operations for which they were working, then many of them may be willing to speak publicly about it. But yeah, obviously, for sure, these people are being threatened, and if their organizations are aware of what they're doing, and they for sure know that people will get killed for this type of stuff. So definitely there are people who do not want to talk because of that.
Unless they
sure.
come clean and rejoin the legal processes that our Constitution requires. So remember, in the 1990s, between 1992 and 1998, I had met with enough senior people at the Pentagon, generals, admirals, people in Congress, senators, congressmen, White House people, CIA directors, etc. And it was made quite clear to me that these projects were being run without oversight and supervision, and therefore unconstitutional, and up to and including threatening senior officials if they made inquiries, literally threatening them. So you can't behave like a mafia, illegal organization, and then hide behind the law to enforce the secrecy. What I just said here, everyone needs to transcribe it and write it to their members of Congress. They cannot and should not afford that effort, the dignity and the stature of a top secret clearance or any clearance. So this is why it needs to be brought straight out, the information. Now, caveat, the operational technology and designs of the things that fly that we have, those should be very secret. And people are going to hate when they hear me say this. The energy devices that would run your house and car, great. The things that fly at a couple 100,000 miles per hour, you do not want an unstable country or a terrorist organization to get that, because in 2 seconds they could deliver a weapon over downtown LA or DC or New York or whatever. So there are legitimate concerns, but let's face it, we all know we have thermonuclear weapons.
Nuanced
You can't go to
situation.
Ace Hardware and buy one, or build one, right? So some of this needs to be looked at in a more nuanced, and I would say mature way.
And yeah, you know, it is possible that Trump can't get rid of these programs because they're not even operating within the jurisdiction of the government in the first place. So not only may he not be able to get rid of them, he may not even be able to find out about them, which is crazy to think about. But let's put this in perspective. JFK was assassinated by the intelligence community in public. And at that moment, the US government was no longer the US government. And possibly long before that. We could go back to 1913 to the takeover of the monetary system, which in itself was a way of hijacking the government. But we've been run by a shadow government for decades at this point, and they leave the vestige, the powerless vestige of Congress and of the three governmental branches in the Constitution as like a zombie marionette that they dangle in front of us as if it's a thing that still exists or has any standing. Unfortunately, the truth is that we no longer live in the once great Republic of the United States of America. So we got to all keep that in mind, basically.
Right now,
this is crazy situation.
In a more nuanced, and I would say mature way. Right now, see, that hasn't happened yet. The distinction between the information and the existence of these technologies and craft coming out versus the actual technologies.
And like Trump creating the Space Force, for instance, may have been a move to fight back by taking control of low orbital satellites and looking for that global signals dominance to try to get a foothold back in the game. But who knows if that had any result. Some people think he may still be, involved with them behind the scenes or have information from them or something. But we're not in Kansas anymore. Let's put it that way.
The actual technologies need to be brought out in phases. And
Kansas isn't in the U.S. anymore because none of us are.
First phase, which is what we've been recommending for 30 years, are the devices that are 0 point, quantum vacuum, whatever you want to call them, like we presented in the Lost Century film, that would put in a system for the world that would eliminate pollution and stop the damage to the environment, but also eliminate poverty in about 20 years. So those can come out 100 years ago. Those should have been out in the time of Nikola Tesla. I mean, the real Tesla technologies, not the current fake ones. But so that is something very, very important.
Little dig
to
at
make
Tesla
that distinction. And I say this because I have to have sort of very reasoned conversations with members of Congress that I'm meeting with, but also people in special forces, law enforcement. I mean, this is serious. This is not, UFO club, Google it on the internet. I mean, it's very serious responsibility. And I'm very blunt about the fact that not everything technological can spill out in the first period. But
that free energy tech, though, drop it. Need it. Yeah.
We certainly can't keep
covering
up. Needs to. But the knowledge of their existence needs to.
So he's going to disclose, and in terms of like dangerous weaponry technologies, not the free energy stuff, which he has information about that he's going to put out there as much as he has, but when it comes to like the EMP weaponry and the scalar wave weapons and stuff like that, he's talking about it's a good idea. We have to disclose that they exist, right? But not necessarily give everybody the blueprints for them. That's a separate discussion, I guess. But yes, we definitely can all agree that the existence of the technology needs to be released for sure.
And we certainly can't keep covering up the existence of the ET craft and people and targeting them and destroying them. But we also can't keep the covert programs using illegally, clandestinely, the man-made UFOs, which have been used in horrific, murdering entire
Horrific.
villages in Africa and South America. And the CIA document that Jacques Vallée has, where he outlines, in 1985, the CIA document that said they were down in Brazil and Argentina abducting peasants, quote unquote, for their psychological warfare value, making it look completely alien.
Remember that Peru alien invasion, with that village that occurred a few months ago? That's the vibe I'm getting from that. A distraction pushing in the alien direction as Congress was meeting in July to begin the process of creating the review board and stuff like that. So yeah, the Peru alien invasion seems to have the intelligence fingerprints all over it from my perspective.
With man-made alien-looking craft and creatures. Now, that is an official document that we know exists because Jacques Vallée and a couple other people I know have it, but they haven't turned it over publicly yet. But that can be subpoenaed. See? So in a court case or in the Congress, here's a subpoena. You produce this document. So we have outlined all this. It's very complex. I understand that in the new year, 2024, there will be more hearings. And I'm trying to get them ready with the correct witnesses teed up, but also the correct questions and follow-on questions. And then most importantly, the right approach. The wrong approach would be say, we can hear about this openly, but this we have to go into a skiff. No. Close the skiff. That time's got to be over.
So the only thing that when you're talking about transparency and bringing this knowledge out in open public hearings rather than a skiff, your feeling is really the only thing that would be appropriate to do in a skiff would be something that has to do with electrogravitics.
Yeah, the sort of very advanced technologies, how they're made, what their design is, that could be used as a weapon, right? That's different than the information. A thermonuclear device is a weapon, right? But not everyone can possess one, and Rhode Island can't build its own nuclear weapon, so it can fight off Boston or something stupid, right? So so the truth of the matter is, I'm being silly, but you have to have some sort of reasonable criteria. But if you don't even know what's what, in other words, you're dealing right now, this is where the people who are in the senior reaches of the aerospace and intelligence community that are currently in those positions who've reached out, they're very frustrated with the slow pace of this in Congress. So it's to be determined, TBD, whether the legal approach we're going to take in a court case would bring this information out before Congress would, or before law enforcement organizes and says, we've sat around all we're going to. We have enough actionable intelligence to move on these facilities, and we're going to move. So those are three big initiatives that we're heading up and assisting with. I'm not, of course, I'm not law enforcement, but when I was approached by the director of the law enforcement initiative in April, if I would help them, because they had no knowledge of where assets were, I said, what do you want? He said, we want everything. I said, my friend, that's going to be a lot. They're getting everything.
They're getting everything.
And then this lets me pivot to something even more.
Smash that like button.
You all heard that we have the Disclosure Project Intelligence Archive.
This is
I think you can testify to the fact when you were here for a couple of weeks helping scan stuff in, there's some mind-blowing stuff in there. Yeah. It's
I literally had to go outside and take a couple of deep breaths a couple of times. I mean, this is going to be where people
This is going to completely change the game.
Yeah. So I'm just giving this as a warning to people listening. This is going to come out early next year. We are spending $400,000 or
Here we go, guys.
$500,000 to move all electronic files into digital, and all documents and testimony into digital.
This is
That are
huge.
now in a custom designed searchable database with major categories. We've been able to compress the videos and the audio files through a technology. So instead of it being 50 terabytes, we can keep it under a terabyte. And by doing so, we'll be able
Under a
to put it and
terabyte.
host it so that we wouldn't have to be spending enormous amounts of money so the public could access it.
People are gonna, once it's out there, boom, that first day, it's out there for good. Everybody's gonna download it. There are gonna be thousands of copies of it everywhere, of the entire archive of a terabyte with whatever crazy compression he's got. This is going to be freaking huge. It's this tech information is going to get out there, the black site locations, all of the whistleblower reports with some names redacted. This is massive. Spread the news, spread the word immediately. Share, share, share. Like this video, like Dr. Greer's video. Go to Dr. Stephen Greer on YouTube. Share his link for this video. Share this link. Spread the word right now. This is massive.
Because as you know, this is a big problem. It's the cost of that. We don't have, the Rockefeller
His
and Ford
entire
foundations and
archive.
the government are not supporting this. This is all our own effort.
Yeah, Rockefeller
But,
Foundation definitely not supporting this.
It will then have an interface. So if you look at a database that would have all that content you saw, or some of it you saw, there would be an interface between that database that's being custom built to the World Wide Web. And what we need, if there's anyone who can do this in 30 days, is a website developer. It'd be more like a landing page that we could have that up, and that would connect to this system. I'm not an internet technology guy, but that would then give free access to the entire archive to 8 billion people on the planet. And I will say this is a rather bold statement. That dump of data and information is the disclosure.
That's
It
the
is
disclosure.
everything.
This is
Every
it.
site, it's hundreds of top secret witnesses. It's hundreds of thousands of pages of government documents and transcripts of testimony and technology and black budget proof. And it's, 122 crash retrievals and named people and sites and on and on and on and on and on. So it's not finished. We wanted it finished by now, but it's a big project and technically challenging in some ways. I won't get into the sausage making of that nightmare, but it's a big undertaking. But it will be available. Now, the only thing that the public won't see, those of you who are curious, are the redacted names of people, their social security numbers and their email addresses. If they're a top secret witness or an individual that doesn't want to be known by the public, but has wanted us to have the information. So this is a little bit like the Chatham House rules at secret meetings. Chatham House is a think tank in London or in the UK, where you can cite the information someone shares, but not the name of the person. So my ethics is that if someone has said, I want you to have this information, I don't mind if the world has it, but I don't want my name out there because I'm scared for my family, or I don't want a bunch of UFO kooks banging my door down, or whatever it is. So I honor those requests. So that is the redacted. Now the full unredacted, which is very sensitive and very top secret, that is being provided to the key investigators, the law enforcement, and the senior people in Congress. All of it. Nothing's held back.
Boom.
So look forward to that. And I had hoped we would have the whole thing out December 1st. It looks like it may be more later in the winter. The big hangup is going to be who can build this landing page website for us quickly, like in the next 30 days. And the team that's been working on the database are not web developers, but they can get someone. So there's a bit of a kerfuffle with that. It's like we're at the 99-yard line. We need one more yard to carry it across.
Oh
the
man,
public will have no portal, right? You need to have a
This-
portal into this thing.
this worries me that he's talking about it at this phase. Like, don't disclose this type of stuff publicly. It's like Ned Stark going to Cersei Lannister and being like, "I know what you did. Leave the city, and I'll let you go." You know, and like, you just got to drop the information so they don't come and assassinate you, like Andrew Breitbart style, who's like, "Oh, I'm going to be dropping information on this day," and then bam, that day he turns up dead of a heart attack. So Stephen Greer, Jesus, dude, just get the freaking information out before you can no longer do so.
Right.
Anyway, so and I don't know the first thing about making a website,
At least he's
and
got
we
a
don't have
team.
anyone on our team who does. Nobody knows how to build a website. So if someone's expert at that and can do it quickly and either for free or reasonably, let us know, like 3 months ago.
There are people out there who know how to do this, and once they hear this, I think
Yeah.
you'll have a lot of hands coming up. So, hopefully,
We'll see.
yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
Um,
Right.
okay, so one other thing I want to ask you about with
Mhm.
Tucker Carlson, he believes that there is a spiritual. He's mentioned that he believes that there, and he's not the only one. Obviously, there are many people who speak about
Mhm.
this topic and this subject that
Coffee time. I'll
understand
be right
that
back.
some understand, some don't. That there is a spiritual
Mhm.
component that is involved with these beings and
Mhm.
with contact experiences and going forward. Can you speak? I don't know
Mhm.
anyone else in the world who can speak about this with the expertise and knowledge that you have. So, can you speak about that a little bit
Mhm.
for us?
Sure. I mean, and again, it sort of recapitulates what we started with. I tell this funny story back in the 90s, being at the Vatican with Monsignor Balducci, who is a theologian, senior theologian to Pope John Paul. And he was actually a demonologist, interestingly. And of course, not my cup of tea, all that, but I mean, we had a very long interview. And he said, the extraterrestrials are neither demons nor angels. However, they're not hostile and they're so advanced that they could be confused with angels. On the other hand, the extra dimensional phenomenon would be more like the demons, and those get conflated all the time with extraterrestrial. And the man-made atrocities being done that look alien definitely look like a negative entity from somewhere. So you have all of that happening. Now, he emphatically said, because then he had access at the Vatican all the way to the Pope, and he introduced me to the Vatican astronomer and everything. And so he understood the cosmology quite well and knew the difference between an angel, a demon, an ET, and something that would be concocted out of the skunk works or what have you, covert program. But that is a very advanced understanding. But so spiritually, the ET, the actual, let's call it native ET, real extraterrestrial, all of them are so advanced that they would appear to be
Angelic.
unimaginable in their evolution. And there is a deep spiritual component to it, simply because once a civilization has free energy and abundance, and it's no longer fighting over a scrap of land here and a piece of gold there, the whole civilization pivots towards the development of their spiritual higher states of consciousness. And so they're very interested in humans and in that component. And that's why the Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, the CE5 Contact, if you get the app CE5 Contact, you'll see it's very rooted in this understanding of consciousness universality and how that operates through not only making contact, but also advanced technologies. The extraterrestrial technologies seamlessly interface with consciousness field and thought. And so that part of it, when people encounter it without an understanding of non-locality, of the physics of entanglement, of the physics of the entanglement of consciousness and thought and omnipresence of consciousness, all those concepts, it's going to be very confusing because, and you're going to then also conflate some of the extraterrestrial phenomenon and experiences people have with something from an angelic realm, because some of them, you have entire planets out there that on the level of consciousness, they are basically have evolved to the level of a very higher level of consciousness. And so they would present as these very enlightened spiritual beings, even if they have a body in a spacecraft from a star system in the Andromeda galaxy. So this gets where you have to have this comprehensive assessment and overview that integrates what's normally very separate things that never get put together, and that's science, spirituality, religion, consciousness studies, and advanced physics, the cutting edge of entanglement and AI and all of this. So that's something that requires a deep study and understanding of this in order not to be completely discombobulated and confused.
Yeah, this
And
is all
so
very
he's quite
discombobulating.
right that there is a spiritual component. But again, which is it? Is it actually a spiritual being, man-made phenomenon, an extraterrestrial advanced civilization whose consciousness might be on parity with a celestial level of consciousness? All of that has to be understood, and then that goes into your analysis whenever you encounter a phenomenon, a case, an encounter. What is it? Is it X, Y, or Z, or something else? So again, without that sort of knowledge and study, everyone's going to be hopelessly confused, unfortunately. And this is not that difficult. I think we can articulate that as briefly as I just did.
I agree.
But it needs to be discussed, but it makes people uncomfortable, because if you're a scientist, you're not comfortable with that. If you're a theologian, you're not conversant with science. If you're a policy academic or political person, all of that is just completely foreign, mostly to those folks. So we kind of have to create a common ground for all that. And so, and that's what we've tried to do, because as you know, we have these three big foundations of what we're doing: the Disclosure Project, the CE5 Contact with development of higher consciousness, and then the technology, the effort to bring out these 0 point free technologies. Those are the three big projects that we've been moving forward over the last 30 years. So I think that's why that knowledge, it says in the Vedas, and the ancient Vedas in India, knowledge is the greatest purifier. If you have the knowledge, it clarifies and purifies this understanding. If you don't, it's very easy to mix it all together in this mixer bowl of stuff. And that's what we need to try to bring clarity to. Hopefully, the archive will also have a CE5 part of it. And eventually. Right now, it's dealing mostly with the nuts and bolts and the documents and the witnesses and the sites and all that. But there's a great deal, as you know, that the public has never seen on the CE5 experience. I mean, there's enormous photos, videos, accounts, testimonies, and that would be included, eventually.
It's too bad also that we can't come up with some kind of common language and terminology, because each one of these groups that you have mentioned, physicists, the academia, the public, the scientists, they all use different terminology, and some of the terminology is so above the heads of the common person
Right.
that their eyes start to glass over, and you realize
Of course.
that unless people start speaking in simpler terms, right? Simple terms that everyone can understand, we leave so many behind, and then people get confused.
Well, if people look at my books, I've created a lexicon and descriptions that do that.
You have.
Very much so. And I'm aware this is a problem. I was a meditation teacher before I was a medical doctor. So I understand how you have to create a common language, but then if you're going to use a term, you describe it, all right? And you define it. And this is important. Words do matter. And words are a reflection of the thought, which is a reflection of the consciousness and meaning behind it. And so that is important. And these are all things that are going to get more and more defined as this goes forward. The problem is I think the timeline's getting very short. I'm not trying to sound ominous.
Right.
I don't think there's 30 more years or 80 more years to fool around as things have been going.
Right. The problem is that the bad guys control all of this stuff right now, and they're trying to use it and to consolidate power globally and wipe us out. But it's like a sword with two edges, where like it can be used for bad to harm people, or it can be used for good to defend and empower and protect people. And there's like this everlasting battle between light and dark occult, who are trying to use the technology and information to either strangulate humanity or empower humanity. And either way, the technology and information is out there, but in order to use it to protect and empower us, it needs to be decentralized and unveiled, so that people will because either one way or another, we're getting exposed to it. And it's better just to truth is always the best,
For one thing, the portrayal of the ETs by our covert, illegal secret government is not going to be allowed to go on much longer. And if we don't fix it, there are forces out there in space that will, which is a worst case scenario. I want to repeat it. It's a worst case scenario. Everyone asks, why don't the ETs just come and fix all this? Oh, no, you don't want that under any circumstances. So we need to take the lead. Humans who understand this need to take the lead. And to do that, we need to have certain segments of society get up to speed very quickly, which is one of the reasons for this disclosure project, Intelligence Archive, being online and everyone seeing it, because there it is. I mean, and it is going to be, a lot of it's going to be very shocking to the public. Very. Yeah, it is.
It change the way people perceive reality.
For years. I can tell you that it definitely will be a buckle up journey.
That's why I haven't released a lot of it. It's disturbing.
I know.
The things that these covert programs have done, the murders, the testimony of so many of these whistleblowers that no one has ever seen. And remember, in the archive, you're going to see the redacted, not the people who've come forward that have given us permission to use their name, but the other 650. The names are redacted, but there'll be a little blurb and then a file of what they've written and what notes we've made about what they've shared.
So this is important, because even if the people don't want to be publicly disclosed, we're still going to be getting their information and stories just with the name redacted, basically, and any like dangerous weaponry technological specifications redacted. But we're basically getting everything from this drop. And this is going to be like Vault 7 WikiLeaks times 1,000. I think like this is going to bring things into the public consciousness and awareness that people just have no idea even exist. And it's going to completely shift the paradigm in the way that people are viewing the situation that we're in, for the better, I think, because it's the only way we can win is if we can see the playing field and analyze the board with all the pieces. So that's where we're headed.
I know who all those people are, all 755 of them. All right, that are in that list, and you'll see the list. You'll also see all the black sites, the map and the site.
But I'm not understanding. That's my point. My concern is for us regular people who feel life is better lived with free discovery. Why suddenly the push for all humanity to toe the line? What line? I mean, none of that's happening with any of this stuff. He's just revealing information. But please let me know what exactly you're talking about so I can understand. Thanks.
As well as now, the big job. Now, I just want to warn everyone, this archive is going to be kind of raw data, right? That's searchable. It's a database. What I still have to create is to triage. So let's say you have,
this is important too,
200,000 pages,
because there's going to be just the database raw, and there's going to be no information about connecting it all. People are going to be looking at all the pieces separately and drawing their own connections. Now he's got to build like overlays on the database to explain how everything connects to each other and why A relates to Z and how they're what it means when combined together. And okay, yeah, morbid. Humanity has always made strides to improve our lives without every human being on the same page. So I'm concerned this push will cause us to fall in a huge way. What push? I don't understand what push you're talking about.
Pages of government documents. No one's going to read 200,000 pages of government documents. What we need to do is triage the most important to the least, right? That takes time. Same thing for the crash retrieval cases. Same thing for the witnesses. That there are more important witnesses that dealt over a period of time directly, and there are others who just had an incidental encounter, like the pilots who encountered the Tic Tac, right? That's just a chance encounter versus someone who was read in and worked in an underground base. So the witnesses themselves have to be triaged. And then the crash retrieval cases, as well as the major cases and the radar, all of these categories have to be, and that has not started yet.
Right.
All right.
Which means you shouldn't have even talked about it. Because now that, we know that it hasn't happened, and this lady's like, well, and I think you're the only person on earth, Dr. Greer, who could do this and put this information together. It's like, okay, you're just drawing a target on the dude's forehead. Like, come on, you got to do this and then just drop it. Otherwise, you're a target.
Warning, everyone. I'm warning.
Once the information is out there, you have like at least a cloak of protection because it's decentralized. But when you're the only person, you're putting yourself in danger by telling people things before you drop them.
Doctor always gives full information. I don't hide information. I don't tell you nonsense. So it's going to be put out there at that stage. Now, the bigger part of it after that's done is what I call the briefing modules.
This is huge.
How do you make, okay, and we're going to do something. Heads up, everyone, get on a list, contact Pat. We're going to have a select number, maybe 20 people at our retreat center this winter, where all we're going to do is go through all this deep, deep stuff, and I'm going to create the archive modules. And what those briefings are is connecting the dots across all categories of the most important cases that then reach the intelligence assessment. So these would be the most important things in the archive, and they're not even created yet. I've got to create those. But we're going to have a week event to bring in more of that. We already have a few law enforcement and special forces people asked me to create some critical ones, and those will be in there, but redacted heavily because it's extremely sensitive, and frankly, it scare the crap out of everyone who read them. But frankly, but it needs to be done. Otherwise, you have all these huge amount of data that no one's going to be able to sift through without an assessment that connects all those dots. But that's
it, the connecting of the dots, and really only I don't know anyone else who can do that but you, to really succinctly connect those dots for people, because that is where the real understanding of this information.
Right. So visualize this. You open the archive, there would be the categories, and then there would be sort of an introductory briefing analysis that would connect all the dots within that and triaged, but also connecting to other categories with a hot link, so where it's all interconnected. So that intricacy and that analysis and that work hasn't started, but we want the public to have the raw data. We've been rushing to get that, and also I need to get it in this form so that the investigators with the Senate Intelligence and Armed Services and the House Oversight Committee would have a tool. So look at what we're doing with this. The DPIA, the Disclosure Project Intelligence Archive, would be like Wikipedia for all things UFO related.
It's gonna be massive.
And we're inviting other people to submit more material. We don't pretend that we have everything on planet Earth by any means. But what we do have, you'll have access to, which no one in the world has ever seen, except a few people who crawled through my archive here at our place. But so that'll be an exciting development. It's an ongoing project, really. So in next month, we're going to launch a crowdfunding site for the Disclosure Project Intelligence Archive. We're going to set the initial goal around 500,000. It may have to go up. I mean, the expenses of the programmers and the hosting and all that it's exorbitant, frankly. So to do it, we're going to need continuing support and resources, or we'd have to shut the website down. Just like Wikipedia asks for donation and stuff. You can't do this unless you have someone either underwriting all the costs, or you have to put a paywall up where people pay a monthly fee, which I don't want to do. So everyone listening, if you want all this stuff for free, you need to help us because there are no free lunches. I'm a retired doctor. We don't have the ability to just underwrite hundreds of thousands of dollars in ongoing expenses for something like this out of what, Right. So that's something we're going to need help from everyone who actually wants to see this available to every man, woman, and child on planet Earth, really. Of course, the more people who use the archive, the more expensive it'll be because you get billed from the cloud, the hosting of all this and the usage. So this is all something we're looking at. We're hoping, my aspiration, and this is my New Year's resolution, is to find a way to get all this out in front of the people early in 2024 for free, where there's no paywall. It'd be like getting on our YouTube channel and you just look at it. Except in this case, it's everything. It's this enormous amount of material.
Dude,
so we hope people will
good.
support that effort. When you hear from us, sign up at our website.
People will
which will be
absolutely
linked here,
subscribe
so we
to
can
help this be available.
send you information about this crowdfunding. And if you want to join us at our retreat center, it's probably going to be later in February for this week. It will be hunkered down in the mountains of Virginia near the Omni Homestead.
Beautiful area.
Not great for going out at night that time of year, but we're going to be focused on this. And at least we have a hot tub. But
yeah, a hot tub. You're in the presence of like terabytes worth of secret information, and you're gonna go in a hot tub. Anybody can go in a hot tub. You're going down there to help put this database together. Focus on the information. I wouldn't give a shit about the hot tub.
Do that if the temperature's up 101 degrees. Yeah.
Luring people with a hot tub. It's like, you have a secret
hot
info.
springs are 2 minutes
Lure
from
me
that.
with a secret
So
info.
those are amazing. But I hope that what we can do is that as early 2024 comes out, have this site available in its kind of raw data form, then keep improving and adding to it with these modules and triage, but also create more and more information. We're going to be asking the public, maybe your grandfather, and when he passed away, you found top secret documents or whatever, or it's a new witness comes forward, or a photograph, or someone who's been in a new site we don't know about. So as information comes in that we will solicit from the public, we will look at those, vet it, see if it's legit, and then include it, right? So it's going to be a growing, look at this as a
ongoing
living,
disclosure
project body of intelligence that's not at the CIA or in an underground vault or a SCIF vault, but available to the whole public.
How do you think this will impact people on the Hill? Do you think they'll read this? Do you think this will enlighten a huge number of them?
The big problem with members, and look, I'm this way, you know me. If someone sends me a 5-page thing, I turn it over to my assistant and say, turn it into 3 sentences. I don't have time. All right. So I understand how busy they are. And I understand that if you're an executive or senator or whatever, you can't go spend thousands of hours going through this. This is why curating the triage and rank ordering which documents, which cases are most important, and creating these briefing modules that tie it together, that they would be able to, that would make it more usable. And for the public and journalists,
the autists will be doing that independently as well, I'm sure.
We'd like to have access to that. But even for that, they're not going to be able to spend thousands of hours going through all that content and making sense of it.
Right.
So it's going to be a process. It's going to be a very heavy lift on my part, frankly, to do that, because that phase of it isn't scanning and programming and putting in categories. But it has to be done. But that's going to be a arduous task that's coming up in 2024. But as we do it, and we'll just keep adding modules.
Right.
So what we don't want to do is delay for a year or two longer access by the world. But I'm just warning people, it's going to be searchable, but there are a lot of refinements still going to happen. And we need your help with that. I mean, we're going to need funding help and all kinds of help.
Pretty exciting stuff, Dr. Greer. Pretty
It
exciting
is.
stuff. I mean, this is going to be like a master's or a doctorate course in the history of
Mhm.
people, of ETs and contact, really, for the world.
Well, and
really for this planet.
there's huge sections on it, thousands of pages on the technologies and patents and devices and all kinds of material. I mean, people's eyes are going to just, you don't have enough years left in most people's lives to go through it all, which is why, however, if you say, I want to know whatever is in this archive about Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, you'll be able to go Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and it will aggregate across all categories and the whole archive.
Boom.
Everything, whether it's a whistleblower testimony, a document,
It's gonna be
a
huge.
schematic, a crash retrieval case that was taken there, it would all go populated. Isn't that cool?
This is, and the information. I was.
This is gonna be the
amazed at
craziest data
what,
dump ever.
The time span of
Telling
this
you.
information. This isn't just the last 30 years that you've been working on this. Some of this stuff goes back to, over 100 years ago. You've got documents.
Yep.
This is gonna be the
Yep.
craziest
Way
document
back.
dump
This is gonna
ever,
be
guys.
Complete and utter history and
Yeah.
magnifying glass of some of these things, really some of these subjects.
There's a whole file on that we got from someone whose grandmother had been at Los Alamos with the first atomic bomb, and then at Roswell when that happened. And when they were cleaning out her things, out of a book fell a photograph of a extraterrestrial body being dissected on a table in the 1920s that apparently were brought in from a prior acquisition of an ET, so that when Roswell happened, they would have some comparative anatomy. And that's going to be in there. I mean, it's an enormous amount of material that most people on Earth have never conceived exist. But a part of it also is, I think that we're at a point where all this is going to come out, and there needs to be a source that has curated legitimate material, since there's so much not legitimate material.
Right.
And I am getting older. I mean, I'm 68. I could drop dead tomorrow.
Please no.
I could be killed
Please
tomorrow.
no.
So, I mean, I kind of feel like, I won't say who it is, but a man whose grandfather was an extremely famous artist who was good friends with Picasso. He had created this archive for his father and for his grandfather, who was already dead, and all his junk was scattered all over the four corners of the earth. And it took him forever. And I said, well, I don't want that to happen. So he brought up to me in 2016, he says, who's your archivist? Where's your I said,
I remember. I
said, it's
that.
in a bunch of boxes and scattered all over. And so, Sandy, it was good that he said that to me, because it sort of triggered that should be done. And then when the Senate Intelligence Committee folks and the House Oversight and the military office for the White House all approached me in the last 2 or 3 years, I thought, we really need to do this. I mean, otherwise it's been exhausting and expensive, and
You have to. This is the greatest idea. Gotta make it public.
But
take your life's
once it's
work,
done, it
structure
will be
it, and
available to
release it.
everybody, including the investigators in Congress and law enforcement.
I remember being in a
This
in
is
a
going to
car
be
going out
massive.
to Joshua Tree.
WikiLeaks, UFO.
We were going out one night to do a CE5 with a group of 30 people, or maybe it
Yeah.
was the Demi Lovato. I believe it was the Demi Lovato trip.
It was, yeah.
It was, and you said, "Boy, I've got all this stuff in my cellar, and all this stuff there needs to be an archive of this." And I was like, "Well, how much is in there?" And you were like, "Oh, 40, 50 boxes." And I was like, "Oh." I mean, the idea,
More than that, yeah.
just, yeah, it's way more than that. It just seemed like an overwhelming job. But I mean, it was clear that you were saying this needs to get done.
Well, let me be blunt as we wrap up. This is the disclosure. There
Yeah.
won't be a hearing or anything out of the U.S. government that will have more content than this. The only thing that would have more definitive proof, evidence, and content would be if the government, the secret government programs capitulate and release it, or law enforcement seizes it and releases it.
I don't know if either of those are
Short of
possible.
that, this absolutely will be the largest disclosure in history on this.
And that's why this is so important.
So the disclosure you're all asking for, we're about to drop that to the public.
This is going to be
Definitely
huge,
buckle up.
guys.
But I
Buckle
can't wait, and I'm so
up.
happy that this got done. And thank you, Dr. Greer. I mean, the world does not realize, you know, it is such an enormous job that you have undertaken for all these years. And I've
Yeah.
told you before, you know, you definitely have job security. I don't know that anybody else wanted your job, really.
No, they don't. I
And
tried to
yeah,
give it away.
yeah,
Oh, trust me, I would love to be able to step off this stage. I mean, everyone thinks that this is something that's some hobby. No, it's blood, sweat, and tears, as you know. So
this is right. Probably one of the most important things that's really been done for the civilization.
yeah,
Planet.
and well, yeah, and it's going to be. My goal is that if everyone contributes, so we can keep it free, which I hope we can, and continue to expand it, improve it. It's just going to be this snowball effect of disclosure through an openly available site.
It's going to
Yeah,
vastly
right. And
empower us.
somebody asked recently, they said, I
It
think
is
I
going
may
to
even
even the
ask you,
playing field
when did you
a
think
huge degree.
when was the last time that you thought something was really this transparent happened? And really, actually, to me, for this country, it actually was back in 1776 was the last time anything actually came out
Yeah,
like
oh,
that.
yeah, a big. It's a revolution, but
Yeah.
a peaceful one, we hope, and so peace in the new year, and hopefully we get our act together as a species and make a peaceful contact initiative. Our goal always has been to disclose the information and get the world community to make peaceful contact with these civilizations instead of mismanaging it through the myopia of secret military programs. That was the mistake. You know, as you know, when I was with Senator Barry Goldwater,
Goldwater,
before he passed away, and he ran for president as a Republican in the 60s against Lyndon Johnson.
Inspired Ron Paul.
And he had found out about this issue, but was denied access and threatened. And when I was in his living room in Paradise Valley in Scottsdale some years ago, he said, this is his language, not mine. It was a goddamn mistake then and a goddamn mistake now. This was ever handled this way and kept secret.
Yep, should never been kept
And so
secret.
it allowed an enormous problem.
We'd be in the Jetsons world right now.
Become a huge crisis. And people don't know that. Most people don't realize the crisis it's created, i.e. climate change, poverty, pollution, oceans dying.
And Morbid talking about the low orbital satellites hitting us all with radiation and everything. This scalar technology would pretty much render all of that obsolete, which would create a much healthier environment for all of us with less wave pollution.
People go, what's that got to do with extraterrestrials? I said, because the technologies that are behind how those things move. But then you add into it the other problem, and that is we're about to push through a red line in outer space, targeting these craft. And I think their patience has a limit. I think these civilizations from other star systems, they're not going to let us take that too much further before that our capability is stopped. But they're stopping that capability. They know would be terrible because it would be spun by the media and by the UFO community and the military industrial complex as alien invasion, right? So the people always ask me, very smart people, why don't they just land and fix this? I said, because it would, A, they'd be blown out of the sky with these EMP scalar weapons.
Scalars.
And B, it would be portrayed by the spin meisters as Alien Invasion Week on the History Channel. It would be Independence Day,
to
right?
galvanize the public into a world government. The scalar weapons, that's another Tesla invention. If you look up Tesla's death ray, it's like he created this scalar weapon that he supposedly sold to somebody for like the Russians, maybe for like $2,000, but it shoots up these scalar waves which don't travel through regular space-time. They go instantaneously through hyperspace or something, and like you shoot them at an angle and it just takes out any craft in the sky within that radius or that degree of spectrum of field. Pretty crazy stuff. Scalar waves. Look into that.
Right, like that movie with Will Smith. So they would by the spin meisters, killer weapons, and B, A, they'd be blown out of the sky with these EMP scalar weapons, and B, it would be portrayed by the spin meisters as Alien Invasion Week on the History Channel. It would be Independence Day, right? Like that movie with Will Smith. So they're caught between a rock and a hard place. The ETs need good humans to fix this. This is our planet. We need to fix it. And if we get this to a certain level where it's fixed, there'll be open contact beginning to evolve. That will be peaceful. And the technologies that can be used for peaceful purposes and not weapons can come out. It'll be a new world. And it's like the ETs
free us.
Yeah, it's what the ET said to Colonel Corso when that craft landed out at White Sands, and the ET asked him to help stop these tracking and targeting them. And Colonel Corso, he said, "What's in it for me?" And the ET said, "A new world if you can take it."
Philip J. Corso, he's talking about. Google that name. Yeah, and the abundance of energy that it would enable and create would cause prices to just tumble in everything and increase the value of our money. There's a system of artificial scarcity being imposed right now to keep prices high and to keep control centralized into the energy powers, the oil powers, these mass conglomerations and corporations, decentralizing energy production and would basically, prices are determined by supply and demand. It would increase the supply so great that it would cause while the demand stays the same or goes up even, that the prices would just diminish, and everything that results from energy prices would diminish. Shipping costs, production costs for all kinds of stuff. This would be a vast empowerment for humanity.
So that was
right,
1956.
Ed, you want a death ray?
You do the math.
Imagine what we
time.
think.
It's time.
Right, it's time.
Yeah, your oil stocks would tumble.
Them about consciousness.
Oh, everything though. I mean,
Everything.
the universe, consciousness, technologies, healing.
Healing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, like a lot of this information about advanced healing technologies that Tesla was looking into using frequencies and stuff like that would also destroy the medical industry by allowing our bodily systems to actually function, and eliminating the need for various medicines and treatments and things that bring prolonged profits into these organizations.
We're really living, half a step out of the jungle as a civilization because of all these wondrous and incredible technologies that have been withheld from humanity. And so the peace dividend, let's call it, of bringing this out and doing it peacefully, and then making peaceful contact, would
this is really
transform
good.
our civilization. In 20 years, you wouldn't recognize it from today. You would not recognize it.
Well, I hope
Not,
that happens.
yeah.
In a good way.
Well, here's to that.
Thank you, Dr.
We'll
Greer.
raise a glass and a toast to that on New Year's Eve.
Yep, and also, this will be available for people on the 31st, right? This will be
Yes. Yes.
Okay, on New Year's Eve.
So,
Yep, this came
Happy
out
New Year's.
yesterday.
Happy New Year's.
Had to jump
Thank
on
you,
this
Dr.
immediately.
Greer.
All
Thank you
right.
for Thank you for
Thank
all your
you.
30 years of work also. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're an angel. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bam. All right. Now, instead of ending our broadcast, we're all hanging out. We've got 53 people live at the moment. Why don't we jump over to some more interesting stuff regarding Dr. Stephen GREER and his whistleblowers. I want to play some of this press conference from June that was where lots of crazy stuff came out here.
Everyone.
This is crazy. We'll jump around a little bit and get a few different pieces of these various testimonies from different whistleblowers. Let's get an intro here from Dr. Stephen GREER.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Dr. Stephen GREER. I'm the founder of the Disclosure Project, an emergency doctor, retired now, emergency medicine and
Thanks
trauma.
to the 60 people watching live
I've
on
been
Rumble.
working in this area
Share,
for
like.
about
Love you
33
guys.
years as a volunteer and as a provider of information to people in the United States government. You're seeing behind me a moment ago, this event 22 years ago, on May 9th, 2001. At that event, there were 22 folks who came forward, and that information is all on our website and on YouTube. And those were folks who actually, some of them, who handled extraterrestrial bodies called EBINs, extraterrestrial biological entities, handled craft, were on retrieval teams, all kinds of witnesses. Now, that got a certain amount of attention in Congress, but they weren't ready at that time to do hearings, which they're preparing for. I understand from people on the House Government
everybody.
Reform
This
and
is
Oversight
crazy.
Committee. And so over the last 16 months, I've been asked to provide as much intelligence as I can to folks who have been working to get to the bottom of this since the Congress passed a law requiring the Director of National Intelligence to come forward with information to the extent that he had it. Now,
I'll
one
be
of the
right
problems
back,
with that
guys.
process is that, and I discovered this in 1993, in December 13th of that year, when I briefed the director of the CIA at the time, R. James Woolsey, for then President Clinton. He and the president had been waved off and not given information on this subject. That's when, as a young doctor, I realized that this was being run outside appropriate oversight and supervision by the office of the president and the Congress. And that is just the fact. So at that point, of course, it sort of upended my life in many ways, but we began to try to get information to the executive branch further, do research, provide whistleblower testimony, but it was all done very quietly. I then started providing information to folks in the Congress, such as Representative Dan Burton, who was chairman of the Government House Reform and Oversight Committee, Senator Dick Bryan of Nevada, ironically, home of Area 51, on the Senate Intelligence Committee, and many others. Those proceedings went forward as a volunteer effort, and all of this is still a volunteer effort. We're unfunded volunteers. And I do want to thank every one of the people here who made this happen, all these military whistleblowers coming forward, and our staff, and most of all, my wife, Emily. I will tell you, if my wife, Emily, hadn't been a rock, we wouldn't be here. She's amazing. So, we got married 44 years ago in August, this coming August. So we have 4 kids, 12 grandkids. So ironically, my grandkids are the ages of my daughters when I started this process. So it's beautiful, but like, really? Why is this taking so long? So in my young years, I thought, okay, we'll get this information to the president and key people in the Congress. I'll go back to my normal life, taking care of shootings and stabbings and what have you, and off we go. Well, that didn't happen, as you all know, or you would have known. And I think the media has played a very key role recently in covering this, and there are whistleblowers beginning to come out in other settings besides this, and I applaud them, and I think more should do so. Now, the history of this is important because if you look at the testimony we have already, It's something like 70 to 80 people that we have debriefed, videotaped, have their transcripts, and it's available to the media and the public through our website and our YouTube channel. We've very transparently put out everything we can. To an extent, a not-for-profit entity can do it with volunteers and no office and no staff. So I don't want people to not get too grand here. This has been a volunteer effort for 33 years. And those people are heroes, as are these men up on the stage with me today. Now, and just a quick trip through some of the previous witnesses. We had Sergeant Clifford Stone. He was on an NBC team, nuclear, biological, chemical, back in the 60s, was actively involved in retrieving extraterrestrial vehicle and bodies, what have you. They were called EBINs, extraterrestrial biological entities. We have his testimony. It's there for anyone to see. We have people like John Callahan, who was the top accident investigator at the FAA when the Japan Airlines event happened in the 1980s during the Reagan years, and they tried to cover it up. He took the original FAA tracking tapes. The Disclosure Project have the originals, and you're welcome to see them. Those of you in the media, we can try to get those to you. So all of these sort of testimonies and witnesses have come forward already. But now we're at the stage where there's real utility, because the official law now is that the government has mandated the Pentagon, the intelligence community, to research this and report back to Congress. Now, there's a problem we'll get into in a moment with that whole process, which is important that you understand, and particularly the media understand. But first, I want to tell you what we've handed off this week to the Congress and to the White House and to the Pentagon AARO office, the AARO office that's tasked with investigating this. So we can go to the list of the material in the archive. It has government documents in the tens of thousands from all those countries: United States, Canada, Australia, Russia, Soviet Union, United Kingdom, and others. We have 145 top secret facilities, some of which are black sites that are named and on a map, and you'll see them in a moment. The supporting documentation of it are in the archive, meaning the witnesses' testimony, who they were, when they were there, where the locations is, sometimes up to where the gate is. And that's been handed over to the United States government this week. There are 752 and counting whistleblowers who've come forward over the years. Some of them are now deceased. But what's important, even the ones who are deceased, if you go to their history and their command and what they provided, there is an investigative thread to follow back in. Very important. There are also files with all these witness testimonies that have been provided up to date. In the archive are 121. We learned of another one last night from a very high level whistleblower who is not ready to come forward. So there's actually 122 crash retrieval cases of these UAPs. And those are documented. Michael Schratt, who is an aerospace historian and is working full-time with us beginning in November, had worked for Lockheed, but not the Skunk Works, on conventional operations. And he is doing those investigations for us, and also the beautiful illustrations of what these witnesses have had to share, and you will see those. Then we also have the documents that includes names of witnesses. In other words, government documents that are not declassified that we have. Now, we'll get into this in a minute. And there are many so-called deep throats who provide intel in the background, who are working with us, some of whom are very senior in these operations. Others are people who have just incidentally been involved. Okay, next. So this is just a thumb pictures of all these guys that we already have come forward. They're there for you to see. They run from NASA folks and all that. It's in the YouTube channel. It's in the archive. Those were done. All these were up to 2001. So we're talking a long time ago, but those exist. It's perhaps a tree that fell in the woods a lot of you didn't know about. Next. And I want to go through this very quickly. this is just a scrolling list of the witness list. Each one of these witnesses has a file where they have
These
either
are
been
all
interviewed
going to
or
be
provided
public.
intelligence and corresponded with me, and that I have debriefed
Mm.
personally over the last 30 years. So
This is
you're going to
crazy,
see
guys.
this goes on for about
Philip J.
100
Corso.
named persons,
Oh, Alexa was,
and then it
yeah.
becomes a black list. It just has to be blacked out. Why? I'm not holding anything back except what I've been requested to by people whose confidence I have told them I will keep.
So we'll still
So
get that
I'm a
info,
medical
just not
doctor.
the
We
names.
understand patient, doctor confidentiality, like an attorney understands that. But until these guys want to be unmasked and come forward, we will not disclose their names, except
This is
the
huge.
redacted list is something available to the media
She said.
and to the public now. And in addition to that, and it's very important, the unredacted list and the full files, including all my correspondence files, are in the unredacted archive. It's about, let's see, isn't it cool that you can put terabytes on something like this? This is all it is, but it's about a terabyte. We have about 8 terabytes of information. We're in the process of scanning it and trying to put it into a searchable database.
It's like
This has
compressed
been
it down to 1
provided
terabyte.
to the
That's killer.
intelligence community, as I mentioned, Pentagon, Congress, and the White House. It is also the
Hey guys, here's the dirt
redacted
I have on
version
you.
would be
No.
available to the media if you can help us get it on a hard drive. We're really not funded properly, and each of these costs several $100s. So we gave out 1,000 of them. It's more than we've ever had. But nevertheless, it is an open archive. Eventually, we want to have it on an internet site. But the names that you're seeing now, you're going to see all their information is blacked out. And it's because they've asked not to be named. Now, they can
Ooh,
be
man.
known by people who are working in
It's
a
dropping
SCIF
the whole database.
and have a vault, and who have the ability to then pursue it in the interest of national security. That has been provided to these key offices. So I just wanted to give you that as sort of an overview of how the list was constructed. It is by no means complete. We have a new whistleblower coming forward every week or two now at this point. And Michael Schratzer nodding his head. Yeah, this has become a torrent. And so we want to set up a mechanism. We're recommending that you'll hear what our recommendations are for the president and Congress to resolve this crisis. Next. So I wanted to mention that these bases, if you look at them, let's go to,
So
this is
crazy.
where all these illegal
Smash that like button,
operations have
people.
happened. I'm saying illegal because we can prove that this information, as Senator Inouye said, you'll hear his statement in a moment, has been run by a very shadowy, deep black operation. And we're not talking the legal black budget of the United States. We're talking about projects that presidents and CI directors and secretaries of defense, members of the Congress who have a need to know and are cleared TSSCI in SCIFs, secure compartmented information facilities, have been blatantly either gaslit, denied access. That is the foundation of everything we've done, is that these projects are a priori illegal and therefore
Boom.
unconstitutional.
Therefore,
and
NDAs
have
don't
to be reined
apply.
in, because not doing so is a threat to the national security.
Sorry, I'll rewind that.
So here is your list. Constitutional, that these projects are a priori illegal and therefore unconstitutional and have to be reined in, because not doing so is a threat to the national security.
And as he spoke about in the last video we watched, if you have an NDA and you participated in one of these illegal programs, your NDA is automatically null and void, legally speaking, because NDAs cannot be enforced to protect illegal activity. So you can talk. You don't need to go into a SCIF. Let's continue.
So here's your list. I'm not going to go through 145 sites. Some of them are black sites. Some of them are bases you know about, like Wright-Patterson, Edwards, Nellis, Area 51, so-called. But all of them are based on witness testimony and intelligence we've gathered over the last 30 years. And it's time for it to be disclosed. And so now you have it. Next. Here's one. And people go out in the Mojave Desert. Michael Schratt took this picture when it was okay to fly near it in a small private plane. It is a site for the
Sounds
Lockheed
nervous.
Range underground entrance.
Revealing this stuff.
What's in there? Well, there are man-made, and this is the big story. No one's telling you. A large number of the UAPs are in fact deep black budget electrogravitic electromagnetic field propulsion devices based on the study of extraterrestrial vehicles that began in the 1940s. That is a fact. We can prove it. So when you see these sort of places, just remember many of them, I want to be careful what I'm saying here. Someone who is in charge of the black budget of the United States in 2022 went out to the Lockheed Skunk Works based on some information he had. He was shown a bunch of old jet aircraft. He knew he was being gaslit. And they reached out to me and I said, what do you want? I'll give you everything we have. And that's what's happened over the last 16 months. So I cannot name this person, but they're a wonderful person of enormous integrity and a hero of our country. So I want to just go
Maybe
through
the
quickly some of the
security
new ones who aren't here.
Law enforcement that he was talking
Now,
about.
the
in
reason
last
these have
video.
initials, they're waiting to be cleared for coming forward publicly. They're afraid. Let me explain to you why they are. This man, here's just his incoming letter. We get these every day. Now, he's afraid he'll lose his pension. He signed an 80-year non-disclosure agreement. He has been threatened, and some of these have seriously had their lives threatened. It's a very thuggish situation going on that the Department of Justice and FBI need to drill down on very quickly.
Share this
Next.
video, people.
Here's an illustration of one event that he was involved in back when there was a extraterrestrial vehicle that crashed and then ultimately ended up at Lawton, Oklahoma, near Fort Sill. This man has been in a skiff with these objects. These illustrations are based on his direct testimony and hours of discussions since 2016. Here is a small extraterrestrial body, about 39 inches long, that was retrieved in that operation. There are extraterrestrials of various sizes. The last known count I had of different civilizations involved with this, about 60 to 70 in that range, and I think there could be more. Next. This is one of the underground command centers that he was assigned to from the Pentagon. He was with Technical Management Office and then some other offices and investigated some criminal activities that occurred with a 3-star general related to this subject that the Department of Justice was basically unable to prosecute because they were denied access to the operations. Next.
Department of Justice.
Here's
denied
one that
access.
was also in this another facility as an extraterrestrial vehicle. He actually was there very close to it. This gentleman wants to come forward. He needs to be protected. And this is why we're calling for explicit witness protection and explicit pension and asset protection for these whistleblowers. Next. And this is just an indication of a type of electromagnetic system that actually can cloak any tank or any object that we've developed over the years. And he was read into this as well. Next.
I remember a video in like 2009 of the Japanese physicist Michio Kaku doing this video about a cloaking system that they developed where you like Harry Potter, basically, where he had this like fabric or whatever, and it showed what's going on behind it, even if you're standing behind that. And then that seems to be completely wiped off the internet. I haven't been able to find that in years. So if anybody has that video, please send it to me.
So there's another gentleman. I'm going to run through these very quickly. We'd be here for 30 hours if I didn't. I'm just giving you a tip of the iceberg, right? This is a guy who is at the Dugway Proving Grounds, very key facility, MS we call him. He worked for C. Martin Corporation, contractor, and he was in a facility that had an extraterrestrial vehicle that was being studied by scientists. He knows the chief scientist involved. He has named that individual to us, and they can all be subpoenaed now. So this object was there in 2009. He didn't know the date of acquisition, but he thought it was fairly recent. Next. He also was read into and had the chief scientist show him the location, which we now have, of a DUM, deep underground military base that is in the Dugway sector, so-called Avery sector, Avery. And it has huge capacity for parking. You go in, and there's a vast underground complex in that location that location has been handed off to investigators with the US government. Next. This gives an illustration of the size of this. You could put easily on the platform that goes down the Air Force One. It's a very large elevator, goes down.
Huge elevator.
Next.
Imagine that.
And then we have this gentleman. He was not long ago in the Nellis Range in the Nevada test site north of Nellis Air Force Base. And he, next slide, was on a retrieval team. Now, let me explain how this guy got
No
involved.
step.
He
No
was
step. No step.
on-
Must be American
recruited
made.
out of Fort Campbell to be somebody to be on a retrieval team with a top secret clearance to pick up when we have an accident with a helicopter or jet, because there's classified technology on those often. And this, our YouTube pilot here will explain that perhaps. But the point is, he went from there, and that was preparatory to him being on a retrieval team for this. So he was involved with this operation. It was a man-made, so-called alien reproduction vehicle. It's called by some
ARV.
people, or AT. A lot of people just call them advanced technology. It's a euphemism. But it's based on studying the electrogravitics and magnetic field propulsion systems of the interstellar vehicles that involve the science of quantum entanglement and, going, basically you want to go from one point in space and to another, say this is one point, this is another. You're not going through a straight line, you're folding space-time. That's how you're doing. And we're not going to do a physics lesson here, had enough of that in pre-med. But anyway,
Einstein
so this is an
Rosenbridge.
object, and I'm not a physicist, we have a physicist here. But this object was retrieved because it became disabled. Some of these retrieval operations are not extraterrestrial, but they would like sometimes the public to think maybe it was, because the bigger secret, I'll tell you right now, is not the extraterrestrial issue. It's these technologies, which an unsupervised and frankly illegal operation have, which is a threat to the national security, period. This we will prove. And this is a bigger threat, the existence of these in the hands of unsupervised operations that have escaped the oversight of the president of the office of the president and the Congress since 1956 to 1960. Hence Eisenhower's speech, beware the military-industrial complex. This is actually what he was talking about. I know people who have since passed away, like our witness, Stephen Lubkin, who was at the White House with Eisenhower, who said point blank, the president lost control of these projects and that he was very upset and angry about it, but these projects became so compartmentalized that he no longer could control them. So this is one. You can see there are rivets and what have you. And we'll go through this later after our fine gentlemen and whistleblowers speak. But I want to give you this overview really quickly. Next. So this is actually an extraterrestrial vehicle, a very large one that was at the Nellis North Range. We have the location of the helipad. It's Delta Force manned. This occurred back in that same era, around 2009, about 65 feet across. It's seamless, but it has sort of a clamshell part of it. There was a ramp that rolled out, like he said, like a roll-up that came out of it. And there was a ARV above it that was headed in lock. It was an electromagnetic lock on this object. I think it was stunned, and that's how it was brought down. This is not infrequent. Not every day, but not infrequent. I said over the last 80 years, at least 122 have come down. So there are helicopters. He was on the team to pick up debris. This one was, of course, intact. It began to pulse and operate and came back to life, as it were. And the entire group that was there basically were put in some kind of a stasis electromagnetically.
Jeez.
Sounds like science fiction, teleported back to the helipad instantly. But before that happened, he had this meeting with two of these extraterrestrial biological entities, a male and a female. And this is a very accurate, according to the whistleblower who needs to come forward when there's adult protection. They had no pinna, the ears outside, and had no hair. And there was a male and a female. And it was made very clear to him by these beings that they were completely non-hostile. All extraterrestrial civilizations are non-hostile. If they were hostile, the technologies they have would have been made quite clear to us in August of 1945. We'll get to this in a moment. So this, later he had an event when he tried to leave that command
Creepy.
where there was a fake, what's called a programmed life form alien. These have been used in what you hear in the fabled lore of abductions and stuff in the UFO lore. This is actually a man-made creature, but it's not living per se. It has a covering that's skin-like. It tried to take him with one of these ARVs in command, and some people camouflaged in the ground near his truck. After he got out of this command, he was disgusted with what was happening. He no longer wanted to be part of that project, but they weren't happy he left. I told him it's a miracle that you lived to tell this tale. And so what happened is that his pickup truck went into sort of complete lock, motor died because of this man-made UFO, UAP. He opened the door because he saw this creature, which he thought was an alien. It's not. And he hit it, it fell, he kicked it, and it split open
Kick its
this
ass.
outer, you saw the integrated circuits and fiber optics and what have you. This man I've dealt with quite a bit. He was ready to come to the aero skiff. He had a nasty encounter with people who threatened him directly. This is recent. And so we have not been able to bring him to the Aero Pentagon briefing. Next. And this is one that came in 2009. We had a witness SL, we call him Coast Guard, and this is his incoming letter to me, redacted information. And then he told us about an event off of Guam where his Coast Guard ship, which is a buoy servicing vehicle out there, was called in on a mutual assist, and he got there, and you'll see on the next picture, there was an extraterrestrial vehicle that we had downed but got lost in the deep waters there in the Marianas Trench, and it had gotten caught and tangled up. And oddly, a fisherman net from Japan, a trawler, big one, big trawler. And so they were called in to retrieve this. He went and did retrieve it. He was part of the crew that most of them went down quarters, but with blacked out windows, he was there above ground, took a very sharp object to try to scratch it, impenetrable, could not scratch it, could not penetrate it. These are very advanced metallurgy, nanomolecular material, interstellar vehicles.
Metamaterials.
So what's going on with this? All of you have seen over the last 4 or 5 years
Text.
these
Things rotating on their weird
footage
central
come out, the Pentagon's
axes.
confirmed are three-dimensional objects with sensors and what have you. The so-called tic-tac and others. Now, I've spoken to one of the pilots who chased these objects. You've seen it on CNN, 60 Minutes, all these places. What hasn't been told when this event happened in the early 2000s is that these objects, which you'll see in a moment, particularly one of them, we have matching top secret witness testimony of them being a man-made object that our jet pilots and military don't know exist. This is dangerous in terms of deconflicting operations. So let's go to the next and play this.
Shoot it, thinking it's an enemy.
Dude, this is a fucking drone, bro. There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh.
RIP headphone users.
They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
Rotates weirdly. Might be a projection.
That's not our LNS, though, is it? It's not. That is an LNS, dude. Well, if there's like look at that thing. It's rotating.
This is the so-called tic-tac now.
Nickel 6-1 Tango Logic.
Look at that lock on. Crazy.
Roger.
Now, of course, this has been called an unknown UAP, what have you. We can excuse the Pentagon and most of the military and the White House and the Congress for not knowing what this is, because the operations that have been building these are deep black illegal, and they are not disclosing it properly
Bro.
to the authorities in our constitutional democracy and republic.
Bro.
This is based on a sighting of a group of people, is basically the same object in the 1960s, 1967. Let's go to the next slide. And it's sort of a sketch here, the so-called vintage steam boiler. These have been seen in multiple places around since the 1950s and 60s. Next. Here's one that's a very good color illustration of it. Notice the probes on it. Extraterrestrial vehicles do not have those. These electrostatic discharge objects. We're not going to get into all the physics of this. Our team understands it, and we're welcome to share that in a longer brief with media folks. And here's the 2004 off the coast of San Diego Tic Tac. It's fundamentally the same object. Next. And here it is. We have a top secret whistleblower came.
Let's jump ahead
us.
to
He's
a
a
witness
Marine.
testimony.
Who in 2009 in Indonesia had a direct encounter with one of the man-made operations. And he is Michael Herrera. He has very courageously come forward. The first time he contacted me, because I know of these sort of operations that he came across on his mission, I told him that every single person I knew who knew about what he had seen had not lived to tell this story. He is enormously courageous.
This
Thank you.
is bonkers,
Welcome
guys.
to Michael Herrera.
This is freaking crazy.
Well, thank you all for being here. What I'm about to tell you hasn't been something that I've disclosed until recently in the help of Dr. GREER, among other people. So I appreciate your help with this.
This will
In 2009, my unit was.
This story will help you understand why this disclosure needs to happen and why this needs to be decentralized, because we have people operating with this technology doing bad stuff. And the only way we'll be able to stop it is if we, A, know that this stuff exists, and B, know who the perpetrators are, et cetera. So let's continue with Michael Herrera. This is the craziest story right here.
So I appreciate your help with this. In 2009, my unit, which was most decorated infantry battalion in the entire Marine Corps, which was 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines,
Semper
was called
Fi.
in to do humanitarian assistance operations out in the Philippines, which was Operation Quetzana, which we were attached to the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, which conducts maritime operations all throughout Southeast Asia, in conjunction with the 7th Naval Fleet, which houses one landing helo deck, or LHD, among LPDs, which is what I was on, called a USS Denver. Ironically, that's where I'm from, so kind of felt like home. Now, during that operation in Quetzana in the Philippines, they had actually heard that a tsunami and earthquake hit the western part of Sumatra, which is western Indonesia, Padang City more specifically.
So I got the year
Out of
wrong.
all
I
the ships in
said
the Seventh
2004
Fleet,
earlier.
The ship I was on was the only one that was routed to that
2009.
location, which was oddly strange. But then again, this is my first humanitarian operation, so I don't know the logistics of it. But if the skipper of the ship would probably know that information. So this happened September 30th. We ended up getting called and dropped anchor around October 8th. We are briefed in the ward room, which is the officers' mess, where they eat like their cafeteria per se. We're briefed that there is some of President Obama's family members that are present on either in the city or somewhere near there. They had a SEAL platoon that was ready to go to retrieve those people. Us knowing well that Indonesia is also the 2nd largest terrorist capital where they train these guys, and they'll send them up to whatever theater of operation where anybody wants a piece of the United States, they ship them up to go handle it. So
This is going to blow your mind.
Well, and we were then briefed that we were going to be armed during this operation, just to also provide security for the transportation coming to basically drop off medical supplies, sheltering items, food, purified water, things like that. So they ended up selecting certain Marines to go ahead and do this. We were only in sticks of six Marines, so it had NCOs on top of other Marines to help with that. So we again boarded CH-53 Super Stallions, which are gigantic helicopters that are roughly 100 feet long. I love the design.
Man.
It's my personal favorite.
This
We
guy's
ended up boarding
funny.
us on the ship, and we flew to the south western part of the city, which is Paine. Looked a lot different through satellite imagery that I've recently seen. Back then is a lot different, especially because most of it was decimated, on fire, rubble, flooded, you name it, basically the worst kind of scenario you could ever see. From then, once we touched down on this landing strip, it took probably about 2 minutes. And then again, the pilots got radio confirmation to go ahead and drop us into certain parts. So we again dropped to a hasty LZ, which took probably about 6-7 minutes to fly to from that position. And we dropped to a hasty LZ. We got off the bird. And what we were instructed to do at that point through the briefing was to push to a high ground, at least to get better observation. As a Marine, the tactical advantage that you get from having a observation from a top point is you see everything clearly. You could also, coordinate from there. At that time, we had did a tactical column, which we are able to get eyes on pretty much everything, especially with 6 Marines. So we have the effective communication at that point. If we need to engage, we can properly do it within the amount of ammunition we've got, as well as the weapons that we got, which were only M16A4s. So at that point, we decided to push forward. We trekked up about 300 meters. At this time, I have a Panasonic camera that has the ability to take photographs. It has a ability to take videos, obviously. When we got to this high point, I was taking video camera, and I had actually turned to the north, which just kind of slopes down. And right there was something that stuck out like a sore thumb, especially with jungle terrain, things like that.
This is crazy, dude.
Very green stuff was something that stuck out so well. It's always going to be basically imprisoned in my mind for the rest of my life, and it has been for 14 years, was something that was rotating, and it was transitioning between colors like a light matte gray as well as a dark matte black. So in between, that's what it kept, and it was very smooth. We had all looked at each other as we got online, and we decided to investigate. The further thing
I hear the fear in his voice.
took pictures and video of this before we actually trucked down.
Listen to
We had a
that.
dump
Listen to
pouch
that.
where we basically, if we expand them, pictures and video online, and it was very smooth. We had all looked at each other as we got online, and we decided to investigate. The further
This is
thing I wanna say is
traumatizing
that
for
I
him to
actually
even
took
talk
pictures and
about.
video online.
Listen to
It was
that.
very smooth. We had all looked at each other as we got online, and we decided to investigate.
Oh,
The further
man,
thing I
this
want
is
to say
crazy.
is that I actually took pictures and video of this before we actually trucked down. We had a dump pouch where we basically, if we expend ammunition, we want to retain our magazines, so we put those there. So I dropped my camera in there, and we decided to go down. We didn't have any communications, which was weird, and that was a very odd thing, and it's something that either could have been good that we didn't, or it could have been something that could have been very bad. And it just however you want to look at that. Once we got down this slope, we were approximately 150 meters away from this craft. When we all got to the point where we could see it, just like behind here, again, Mr. Schratt, phenomenal job. You can see that the craft here actually was roughly about 300 feet. And the reason why I know this is because you could fit 3 of the helicopters that we flew in on underneath this craft. It was rotating a clockwise motion. The panels here that you see, the black ones, at least 3 of them, was like a Vanta black, very dark. I have no idea
Vanta
what
black.
that was.
Cool
On the very
shit.
top, there was like a pyramid structure that you could see the shadowing of it, which would elicit that was a pyramid structure. And it had an
Speaking of the
audible hum to
Goa'uld.
it, kind of like a guitar amp if you were to unplug that, or like a transformer. It's very audible. If I was to hear that sound again, I could tell you, okay, it's probably this thing or something similar to that. It's very
Like a distorted
distinct.
static.
And the way that it was floating, which was about 10 or 15, 20 feet off the ground, it was kind of a very eerie thing to see because I've never seen anything like that in my life. When we got up to that point, we were then intercepted by a team of soldiers or rogue military force, if you will. The most concerning thing about this is they all had American dialects.
Be contractor.
They had American gear. They had OTVs, black. They had black camouflage. They had very similar setups to what we have, but more high speed, something what you would see special operation groups these days have. They had no insignias on. They had no ranks. They had nothing that would signify who they were. They had black ball caps. They had M4A4s that were equipped with ACOGs, which was a step up from what we were currently issued, as well as PEC-16 IR illumination devices that you use for night vision and night patrols, things like that. So we were engaged. We had 8 of them put the drop on us. You could audibly hear them flow the safety selectors off. They basically started screaming at us, telling us what we were doing. We were not allowed to be there. Who were we with? What were we doing there? Threatened that they could kill us right then and there. We could get lost in the jungle. They could throw us out of a
Bro.
helicopter if they needed to. It was very nerve-wracking at that point, especially looking to my fellow Marines and seeing the reactions on their faces too. We were all freaking scared, to say nonetheless. So with that being said, each Marine was then patted down along with myself. We had our weapons taken from us. They were basically cleared in condition 4, which means they had no round chamber, no magazine in. They dumped our magazines out of our mag pouches as well onto the deck. And then again, because of Marine Corps order, how things are with that, we were told to keep our military ID in our left breast pocket. So they knew that. They asked for our military identification. We gave it to them, obviously, because they have guns in our face. So provided that to them. They had something that looked like modern day smartphones, but this is 2009, so it's not really as high tech compared to obviously today. So they took some pictures of our military ID, and then they had something that remind me of a BAT system, which is a biometrics tracking system that we would use. This is for insurgents or anything like that. It would take fingerprints, it would take retina scans, it would take pictures of them and document them. So if there was other militaries that were coming to relieve our post, they would actually have this information too to know who they are dealing with. That's what it reminded me of, and I had trouble scanning the IDs. As this is going on, we're going back between these guys as well as what's going on in the background. At that time, there was 4 of these trucks, which were F-350s. They were up armored. They were pretty beefy. They had weapon cases that I've seen before because of something that we've actually loaded weapons into. They had 2 of them that were in the back of each truck. They also had these containers that was illustrated right here, which come to find out through recent revelations from yesterday from somebody who came forward to Dr. GREER. I don't know who they are, but what they had told him and what he has told me is that this gentleman knows exactly what these were used for because they had like a cylinder on the front, which is either for oxygen or what I hypothesized was for vacuum sealing, which lead me to suspect that they were smuggling narcotics or drugs. Come to find out it's more disturbing than that. This gentleman has firsthand account with this and says that it was for people. It's very disheartening, especially because that part of the world have already gotten ravaged, and it's something that is very hard to see.
Like the Clinton Foundation after the Haiti disaster, they go to places where everything's in upheaval and they abduct children and stuff, allegedly. Like Maui, remember there was 2,000 kids that were missing from the school rosters after the event in Maui last summer or spring, whenever it was, June, early to mid-June, right around the same time this was happening, I think, this press conference. There were like 2,000 kids that were no longer showing up at school, and they were sent home during the day and just disappeared. You know, the schools were let out early, and the kids were sent home, and they were sent to their houses, and then we don't know what happened to them. Were they abducted? Is this part of, was it another event fomented for this human trafficking program that this guy's talking about here? It seems like we have military contractors or maybe black budget government illegal operations that are trafficking humans with these UFOs, man. Like with these, like, this is crazy shit. Let's keep going.
Right now, because of what I've witnessed, and it's very disheartening. And this is why I'm up here. So they loaded these onto this platform that you can see right there. And as they got up there, like I said, I was going back and forth. These guys are still searching our stuff. They're still, pointing their weapons at us. And after the last 2 trucks that I saw that actually got into that platform unloaded, they had 4 guys in each truck that would unload everything. However they did it, I can't tell you because, again, I was focused on this as well. And these trucks drove off. As that happened, this platform actually rose up off the ground itself. The top part of the craft actually met it down in the middle like this, and it formed into one solid piece.
Crazy.
It floated right above the tree line. As soon as it was able to break that tree line, it actually had on the corners of each of these, which was an octagonal shape craft, by the way, on each corner, it emanated a light. It was either red, yellow, green, or blue. Only those 4 colors I can distinctly remember. It didn't make any additional high-pitched sounds when it rose up. Once it got past that tree line, it shot over to the left, basically where the ocean was, at so fast, I would estimate probably 3, 4, 5,000 miles an hour instantaneous like that. There was no rotor wash, no exhaust that would disturb the trees, vegetation. The coconuts that were on these trees were not even touched. It produced no sonic boom. This thing was so fast.
That's gravity manipulation.
So as that happened, they basically had told us to turn around.
That's
As we
the
turned around,
there's no sonic boom, which means that like it's not causing friction through the air, which means that it lines up with the element 115 technology that Bob Lazar describes reverse engineering from the sport model at the S4 Groom Lake facility, where they have these 3 tubes basically that all point together with and using stimulating element 115, the intersection point of these tubes where they point to creates an artificial gravity field, so the craft can kind of aim this gravitational field around it, and it's just like falls right to it, into it. So it would be warping space and time basically around this point and just sliding through the air with no inertia, or no momentum basically. Like if you were in it, you wouldn't even be able to feel that it's moving. There'd be no G forces, is what I'm saying. So it's like built-in inertial dampening just via the gravity manipulation. So so it lines up perfectly with the propulsion system that Dr. Bob Lazar describes.
kind of a couple things that went through my head at that point was that we're done. They actually started loading our magazines into our back into our vest in a way that would be hard to get them, to put them into a weapon and to actually, charge the weapon and actually put it around in the chamber. So they put those in. They actually slung our M16s on our back for us, but when they did it, Marine Corps not really issued the best gear, especially at that time. So the slings back then were, I would say, subpar quality, cut my neck pretty good, and they kind of went in that motion and made sure they were secured so we couldn't really get them as easy. And they escorted us back up this slope. And they told us we were not allowed to look back. 2, that we were not able to talk about this. They were actually, 2 of the guys were actually talking about either, hey, should we smoke these guys right now? That's what they kept saying. It was kind of feeding more into the fear at that point, because again, I don't know who these guys are. I know they had American gear, they had American sidearms as well. If these guys have actually taken an oath like we have, and then why they're going against people like us and even willing to kill servicemen who just even stumbled onto this, it just blows my mind, and it's very sick. So as we broke atop this hill, we decided to book him, and we ran back to the LZ. There was a gunnery sergeant that was
Get the hell out of there.
ship. I don't know this gentleman personally, but I know he's very unhappy with seeing us because we had actually had our weapons slung. We were not combat effective at that point if we needed to be. He asked specifically why we were. We didn't tell him exactly why. We just came up with an excuse. And then we waited for the next CH-53 to approach, and we got on board, flew back to the ship. We turned our weapons in back to the armory. We took our gear off back in our berthing, and we went upstairs to be debriefed by an admiral that I've never seen before. And it was kind of somebody who was out of place. I don't know if he has any kind of relevance to this at all, but if that's the case, if he does, I hope he comes forward with that information. It would be very helpful. So as we're going to go ahead and fast track to a couple days later, which we end up in Subic Bay, which is like the party town in the Philippines. So we had 3 days there of liberty. The first night I come back, because we had to report back to the ship each night, we were not allowed to stay out in town. My rack was on my camera was on my rack, and the memory card that was in it was out, and my battery was out of the camera, missing as well. So all of that was missing. The only thing that was there was the camera. Mind you, I had my locker secured. I had other stuff that was basically piled on top of that camera. So whoever
this
did
was
it knew what
connected.
the hell happened. So after that, the other thing that was also notable with that was each of the Marines that were with me also had their cell phones taken that they brought. Even though they didn't bring them on the mission, all their stuff was missing. The other stuff, the other people in the actual platoon never had their stuff touched. It was only us 6 that were affected. So
Mad sketch.
Fast tracking back when we returned back to Okinawa, one day I had got a call from the duty that was in the barracks. Each barracks has like a duty of Marines that are, making sure there's still order, things like that. He had been told that I needed to go up to the CP, so he informed me. So I had hightailed it up there. And oddly enough, there was nobody in the building, except for one gentleman who was wearing Air Force dress blues that was missing a name tag, which I understand in Air Force policy or regulations that they were supposed to wear a name tag, and he did not have that. I gave him the proper greeting of the day, gave him the salute. He had pulled me into an office, and he has said, "You are not allowed to tell anybody in your chain of command. I don't care if it's a general. I don't care if it's anybody. You are not allowed to talk about what happened. You can go to prison for this, or you could be killed." So he slid over a non-disclosure agreement, and it had two things that I can recall to this day as I quickly skimmed through it, because again, I had thought we were going to forget about this whole mess. And one was said TSSCI, and the other said Indonesia. There's only two things I can recall out of that. So I was forced to sign that. I signed it, and I had got the hell out of there as quick as I could. Before I did that, I tried to ask him who he was, and he would not tell me who he was. So I hightailed it back, and I have not spoken about it ever since I was able to recently, because what the law passed. But that is my account for you guys. This is also an urging for anybody in Washington, D.C. as a political figure. Please get this under control, because there are people who are either being hurt or killed by this, and it's something that needs to be addressed. Please.
Michael Herrera, brave whistleblower, assuming that what he's saying is true, which lines up with all the research I've done. It makes perfect sense. So I'm thinking it's probably all accurate. That's a brave dude right there, putting his life on the line to get the truth out. Let's jump ahead to Eric Hecker, who also had a really good interview on the Sean Ryan podcast, an Antarctica whistleblower who was the head, like the chief fireman basically down there, and had access to all kinds of crazy shit, discovered a giant directed energy weapon. Let's check out a minute of this, and we'll talk about Bob Lazar for a little bit.
But in the interest of time, we'll be brief. Thank you, Mr. Hecker.
Hello, everybody, ladies, gentlemen, members of the press. I'm very happy that you're giving me this attention and this information attention, because it needs to get out to the world. I will start, since we have to be brief. I have already given all pertinent information and supporting documentation to the Senate Intelligence Committee and AARO. They informed me that all of my information will be recorded for public record and shared with Congress. It is that important. In 2010, I was selected to go down to the South Pole Station in Antarctica for an entire year by Raytheon Polar Services as an employee of a third-party contractor for the National Science Foundation. I function in a dual-role capacity as a tradesman and a firefighter. My responsibilities required me to be more informed than most of my crew and offered me complete access to the facilities. What I learned from this unique experience needs to be shared with the entire world. The technology at the South Pole Station certainly can do what it is presented as its primary purposes, and unfortunately, must do shared with the facility world. The technology at the South Pole Station certainly can do what it is presented as its primary purposes, and unfortunately, much more. The Ice Cube neutrino detector is presented as a passive listening device for the purposes of the science as presented. But I'm going to skip right through the chase, folks. I have provided documentation that proves that the 5,160, what they call DOMs, that are embedded in the ice can actually transmit at 2,047 volts each. That gives us a long list of things to consider. It is effectively a multifaceted directed energy weapons platform that I will list rapidly a few things that it can do. Vehicle detection. We're learning that these off-world craft, on-world craft, ours or other nations, are also emitting neutrinos. So this makes the South Pole Station effectively an air traffic control station for this new level of equipment that nobody's discussing. In addition to the ability to detect neutrinos and the exotic vehicles, I have provided documentation that shows that this is also a system for faster than light communications. In the past, Gary McKinnon has hacked NASA found the off-world fleet, the list of captains, and it's apparent that if we have faster than light vehicles moving throughout this system, we're going to need faster than light communications. This is that facility. Unfortunately, I have other bad news. The season that I was there, 2010 to 2011, we converted from construction to operations and maintenance in both the elevated station and the detector array.
Uh-oh, that means it's operational
Unfortunately,
now.
when they first fired it up, that was when we had the earthquakes in Christchurch, New Zealand. There was 2 incidental shots before they were able to target it correctly. This is an earthquake generating device as well. This is the weapons of war that we have to deal with now, and where
Tesla
Raytheon's hiding.
Tesla had an earthquake machine too.
There's an ELF system at the South Pole Station that when I arrived, I was told it was off, dismantled, and completely defunct. In my work, I will rapidly just tell you, I had to figure out the circuitry for certain other repairs, and I found that this system is in fact completely energized, up and running, and being utilized with the other systems for nefarious purposes as well. The Atmospheric Research Observatory is in what we call the clean air sector. I witnessed myself a very powerful green laser shooting out of the top of this facility into the cosmos. This, I believe, is a secondary form of long-range communications and or a defense system. I am not saying that we need to be scared of anything that's out there, but please understand the military-industrial complex is happy to invest all of your money in alleviating their fears.
He goes on in the Sean Ryan interview to describe the various things that this directed energy device can do, including implanting voices into your head, in your own voice into your head, to make it seem like you're thinking things you're not thinking. Can drive people mad. And know thyself gives a whole new meaning to the phrase know thyself.
A question of power comes into play for all of these facilities that are present. I assure you, I knew what was going on. I knew the load demands of the facility, and all of these new items exceed the demand for the systems that I was presented. I am doing due diligence and research. I believe there is either a secondary power supply there that is either nuclear, that was there prior to the start of the Antarctic Treaty, which prohibits such things, and or that there is some sort of exotic power supply system there that just is not in the verbiage of the treaty, so it negates the responsibility to the parties involved.
Like cold fusion or 0-point energy. Is this tech the Antichrist? I don't think so. It could be utilized by the Antichrist for sure.
I think that pretty much covers it for time. If anybody wants to find out more, I have a website where all this information is at. For brevity, I'll wrap it up, but you can go to deciphering.tv. I've documented all of this stuff and information.
Like there's probably like legitimate good uses for this type of stuff too. I'm not putting voices in people's head, but it's like a sword. You could use it to cut somebody's throat, or you could use it to slice an apple, and just depending on how you creatively deploy that technology, it could say, could have a lot of different implications. So I wouldn't say the technology itself would be the Antichrist, like a gun is neutral. But the people that are wielding it, that's what you got to watch out for, I think.
Information is available.
Awesome.
All right. Hecker, really interesting stuff. Let's jump over to an interesting video by Derek Van Schaik, a body language analyst, and he will be looking at various clips of Bob Lazar, the whistleblower who alleged that he worked at the S4 Groom Lake facility, reverse engineering the propulsion system of one of 3 extraterrestrial spacecraft kept there. He was working on the Sport model, and it's Element 115 anti-gravity propulsion system. Let's check out some of this. And real quick, show you guys, this is Derek Van Schaik. So go to his
exact moments when
YouTube over here and give him a subscribe. He does a really good, interesting content, breaking down people's body language, all kinds of different people, serial killers, you know, like, you know, anybody that, you know, that you wonder if they're lying or telling the truth. People like SBF and his you know, lady over here with the male harem, right? Or whatever is going on with that. So importantly and interestingly, one of the guys that he analyzes is Bob Lazar, who is a particularly good one to analyze because he has decades of videos of him talking about the same subject. And so 87 people watching on Rumble. Thank you, guys. I think that's a new record or maybe a tie for our best previous live stream. But you can look at decades of Bob Lazar's testimony and look for inconsistencies or variations that may indicate deception. And so this is a great video with Derek Van Schaik analyzing Bob Lazar in search of deception in his story about reverse engineering anti-gravity propulsion systems on the sport model at S4 at the Groom Lake facility. Let's jump into it. I'm not playing the video, am I? Let me jump back over here. Sorry about that, guys.
51, we're going to analyze his body language to find out. That's next. Welcome back to the channel, Shakers. Derek Van Schaik here. Bob Lazar claims to be a scientist who worked on alien spacecraft at Area 51 for the U.S. government in the 1980s.
Bob Lazar claims our government captured alien spaceships, UFOs, and keeps them
Bob Lazar's
in a
a
secret
man.
warehouse. And that's not all. Bob says Uncle Sam hired him to figure out how they fly. If you're skeptical, you have plenty of company. Lazar has been questioned and criticized.
Especially for this video, it's important for you to know if I have any biases going into this. I've never seen a UFO or aliens, but like many, I believe we're probably not alone in the universe. Prior to doing this analysis, I haven't heard of Bob Lazar, and when I did, I kind of thought he was probably a little deceitful because his story seems so extraordinary. What's interesting is that over the past few years, the US government has become a little more open to admitting the existence of this UFO stuff. Watch.
Pilots and other military personnel have been reporting these kinds of sightings for years. A couple of weeks ago, the Department of Defense even released footage shot by a Navy Super Hornet pilot.
No distinct wings, no distinct tail, no distinct exhaust. It seemed like they were aware of our presence because they would actively move around us.
These newly released videos from the Department of Defense, part of a once secret government program, has spent at least $22 million since 2007 looking into UFO sightings.
So it's really not a question of, do governments believe UFOs are real? Yes, they do. The United States government does. The British government does. The question is, do they have any idea what they are?
Whatever these things turn out to be, there is a serious defense, national security, and air safety issue here. The problem was that just the pop culture baggage from the term UFO, flying saucer, little green men, people don't take it seriously, but they should.
Interesting that the US government isn't ignoring these claims anymore. Probably because when something odd is seen, it can easily be recorded since cameras are everywhere now. And once it's recorded, the internet can spread it across the world in seconds. What's interesting about all this is someone is lying. It's either the US government for totally hiding and covering this all up, or it's Bob Lazar.
If I told you that there was a tried and true method that would help you land a TEDx talk,
then I'd totally believe it. Bro.
So we're going to put our neutral hats on to analyze Bob Lazar's body language, piece together his story, and review the evidence to find out if he's truthful or just lying. Now, let's get started.
you used to work at Area 51.
Well, you know, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
There's been an operating airbase out at the location known as Area 51 since the 1950s. It became the test flight center for the F-117 stealth fighter and the B-2 stealth bomber.
Within the Area 51 compound, you can call that a subset of Area 51.
Absolutely no ET craft, ET technology, anything like that at Area 51. This is why S4 was made specifically to separate it there. People at Area 51 do not have the clearance. I was paid by the Department of Naval Intelligence. That's where.
And so like the whole like storm Area 51 thing a couple years ago. Oh my God, dude, a bunch of clowns. They don't have anything at Area 51. And if they ever did, they haven't in decades since people found out about it. That whole thing was like hilarious.
Where my checks came from, so I can only assume that they were in charge.
This time that I went in, there were hangar doors open.
I don't think there were any underground levels to it, though there could have been. It just looked like an installation that was butt up against a mountain. It's difficult to really surmise how long it had been operational. Everything did look fairly new. Nothing was worn. Things looked fairly freshly painted.
I went into the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc, the flying saucer that I worked on.
We came out, and I saw the disc in the hangar. Upon seeing it, it struck me that, well, this explains all the UFO sightings. Not thinking that it was an extraterrestrial craft, that this must have been some advanced form of fighter that we've been working on for years. And this is why people keep seeing flying saucers, because
smart thing
it's ours, and we've just been testing it probably for all these years. It never even occurred to me, even though I was looking at an extraterrestrial vehicle,
guys.
You know, this wasn't man-made.
I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it. It had a little American flag stuck on the side. I went by, I slid my hand alongside it. I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing. That was the first time I had seen anything that was weird.
When we're analyzing Bob Lazar's body language to determine deceit, we're going to be looking for self-comforting, self-conscious actions, defensiveness, diverting incongruency, avoiding details, duping delight, nervous fidgeting, and convincing and not just conveying. Yes, there are a ton of indicators that can point to deceit. So if Bob Lazar is lying in his interviews, we're going to pick it up. However, also keep in mind, we look for clusters in body language to reveal the sub-message of how that person really feels. So if someone just touches their nose in conversation, that does not mean that they're automatically lying. That's not how body language reading works. So far, we haven't seen any signs of deception here. Let's continue.
It was, you got to look at confluxes where multiple factors all combined together indicate a lie. You like where you're fidgeting and you're touching your nose, or and you're not making eye contact, where you have these confluxes, these confluences of tells. Those are the spots that you need to watch what they're connected to and the patterns that form between those.
Sometime later that I was introduced to my lab partner, Barry, and we had some of the subcomponents of the craft, and it was in the demonstration of the reactor working where it caught my attention to where this is technology that doesn't even exist.
There were 22 people with Majestic clearance. I had Majestic clearance. Majestic clearance was designated as clearance 38 levels above Q clearance, and Q clearance is the civilian top secret clearance.
Hemisphere. And this is why Q named itself Q a few years ago. There was Q clearance. People did interviews on Alex Jones about Q clearance, etc. Interesting though that he was Majestic clearance, like Majestic 12. There's a rabbit hole.
Sphere about the size of a basketball.
MJ12 on that
on a metal
document.
plate. It produced a gravitational field of its own. Now this is something that we can't do. We can't produce any gravity. The only way we get gravity is from large quantities of mass. And Barry said, almost like he was bragging, go ahead, try and touch the sphere. And I couldn't. It pushed my hands away, just like two like poles of a magnet. That immediately.
So you can create a gravity field or an anti-gravity field. It sounds like interesting.
Immediately caught my attention, going, wow, this is something else.
What do you think? Bob just told us that he experienced a gravity generator. We're not seeing self-comforting holds, no covering the mouth, no looking away in key moments, no coercive eye contact or anything. Also, Bob's body language is very congruent with what we would expect. Remember, we're looking for clusters of signals to reveal a sub-message, which would be different from his verbal message. But right now, there is no sub-message. Well, let's continue.
Specifically, it was to try and back engineer and see if we can duplicate the technology with available materials. They compartmentalize everything. Now, we had the power and propulsion system. It made it very clear that what I read was accurate.
I was put into the briefing room with 121 or 22 briefings and really was just told to sit and read through them. I think they were there just to mainly educate me on what was going on. They weren't a complete in-depth explanation on everything else, but just essentially a brief synopsis on some of the other projects that were going on there.
I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as being the actual thing that I was going to work on at the time. There's no wiring that connects any of the subcomponents together whatsoever. They just have to be in the immediate vicinity.
He shook his head no when he should have been nodding his head in agreement with himself. So he must be lying. I wish body language was that simple. But that's not how it works. Anytime we're analyzing either a head shake or a head nod, we have to ask ourselves, is there any reason why that person would shake their head instead of nod their head in that situation? What do you think? Watch again.
There's no wiring that connects any of the subcomponents together whatsoever. They just have to be in the immediate vicinity.
Yeah, he's shaking his head no in disbelief of the alien technology. Also, the true meaning of a head shake or a head nod can be determined with additional verbal clues and body language signs. Yeah, clusters.
The stuff is borderline magic. There was some progress. I mean, we did identify, at least we think, some processes in there. And had a rough idea, we think, of what was going on.
This is something now, after having watched Derek Van Shake videos, and thank you to the 96 people watching, new record for us. Whenever I'm watching actors now and they're saying, yes, we should do this, I noticed that they're shaking their heads no. Get better at acting.
But I think this is a problem that they've had for a long time.
I didn't see this, and I don't know it to be fact, but this is what I was told, that I was hired to replace one of a couple people that were killed while working on one of the reactors from one of the crafts. Apparently, they, for whatever reason, cut open an operating reactor, and the device exploded, killing both of them. The scientists that were killed there, allegedly the detonation from the explosion was fairly large. It would have rivaled a small tactical nuke. So it was done at the Nevada test site, and it was to be passed off as an unannounced nuclear test.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do was cut into one.
Oh,
now
Jesus.
they had more than one there. Now this must have been a pretty desperate attempt, but it looked like they used a plasma cutter or something like that to cut into an operating reactor.
We're not noticing any duping delight either from Bob, where we would observe him suppressing out-of-place laughter and giggling. Bob is
like we saw with Bill Gates when he was talking about Jeffrey Epstein. He got asked about him. Oh, well, what do you think about Jeffrey Epstein? He's like, well, he's dead. So and you can see like the duper's delight grin come over his face, almost like he knows something more about that situation than he's divulging at that moment.
He's talking about this outrageous experience, and he's saying it all with seriousness. If you were making up a story about working on secret alien spacecraft in the Nevada desert, I think we would all be trying to hold back some chuckles from the absurdity of what we're telling everyone, and the fact that the guy interviewing us seems to be completely buying this crazy story. But again, there's no signs of out-of-place chuckles or suppressed laughter from Bob.
The excitement kind of turned to dread at some point.
Let's skip ahead a little bit.
But at the same time,
indicated that this was from the Zeta Reticuli star system.
Supposedly, the information, now this isn't something that I determined, it's something I was told, that the crafts originated from a planet that orbited the Zeta Reticuli star system. Zeta Reticuli 1 and Zeta Reticuli 2 are two stars of a binary star system. The craft
pretty much all stars are part of a binary or trinary or quadrinary star system. Our sun is the only one that we know of that's completely alone. Hint, it may not be. According to the Hindus, there's a brown dwarf secondary star that our sun is orbiting, which causes the cycle of the yugas. Look into that.
Allegedly came from there.
Yeah. Now, how they obtained that, I haven't the slightest idea. What they called ZR3. So it was a third planet in that star system. Zeta Reticuli is a binary star, stars that orbit one another.
Read Zeta Reticuli. We're like, what in the is this?
Well, reading all of the stuff, it was what in the is that?
How specifically did the briefings detail how the aliens manipulated our genetics over the centuries?
mentioned 65 or 63 corrections or additions to the genetic makeup that finally resulted in, a human creature. Allegedly, this interaction
sounds like the
has
Anunnaki.
occurred since, man was a simian creature, and there were genetic alterations made.
Well, we came up with a bunch of
100 people watched it.
reasonably
Thanks,
good
guys.
ideas about how the reactor worked. And one of them was the square base of it was essentially like a cyclotron, which is a small particle accelerator.
Someone who's lying typically hates talking about the real deep details because they know those details can get them caught. Because to fabricate convincing details on the fly while also keeping the entire story in line with everything else they've said in the past is extraordinarily difficult. So,
especially if you're talking about like science and actual physics. Like if you're lying about some propulsion system, you're not going to offer additional details to the system that anything more than you're questioned about, because A, you're making it up, so it's probably not true, and B, the more made up stuff you put out there, the more likely you are going to be caught. So yeah. So you're not going to offer additional complex scientific detail if you're lying about the underlying science and fabricating it. It's just not like a likely thing that anybody would do unless they're a dumb liar.
So a liar will usually diverge or excuse themselves from talking about those nitty-gritty details. However, as you're noticing, Bob is openly giving very technical scientific detail that aligns with what he said earlier and what he said in prior interviews too.
Long tube, essentially, and they accelerate particles with high voltage and radio frequencies till they reach high speeds. But a cyclotron does that in a small circular area.
Place.
Skip ahead.
We've theorized this for a long time. Somewhere around 114 to 116, there should be an area in there where the nucleus of the atom is geometrically stable with protons and neutrons, where it no longer decays. It's not radioactive. 115 is, in fact, this element.
Well, I really don't want to talk about that. No, I'm talking about the 115.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. I have to think about how I'd.
What is the problem with this?
I don't want to get myself into more trouble by admitting something. So
Bob got very uncomfortable. You're probably wondering, what was that all about? Watch this.
You were able to get away with a sample of element 115. How much did you get away with?
No comment.
Yep.
This is the element that is supposedly the vehicle, the mechanism that creates the anti-gravity field. And he supposedly stole a sample of it. And he's been raided repeatedly by the FBI over the years. One a couple summers ago, I think it was the summer of 2018 or 2019. 2019, a Netflix documentary was coming out about Bob, and like a week before it dropped or something, the FBI raided his house looking for this sample, I think. Lots of crazy intrigue with this whole story. He was working on this project. He went and told about his friends about a scheduled launch time for one of these crafts that they were testing, brought his friends to the road, and they sat like by their vehicle and watched it happen. Then they all got arrested. Like this whole story is wild.
It seems that Bob possibly stole that extraterrestrial fuel.
Security
yeah, the fuel. That's
from the OFI, the Office of Federal Investigation, had been witnessed doing random security checks at his house. There was almost no question in anyone's mind, anyone in Bob's immediate life who talked with him on the telephone, that his phone was tapped. I mean, strange things would happen on Bob's phone and really continue to this day.
This could actually explain why the government still follows him around and makes every excuse possible to search his private lab.
They somehow or another had acquired a stable version. Did they say that the stable version had come with this craft?
Yeah, it absolutely came with the craft.
I was told that we have 500 pounds by one of my coworkers.
The government had 500 pounds of that alien fuel. They wouldn't notice if a pound or so went missing.
I did get a chance to look inside the craft on only one occasion.
When I first got to look inside the craft, all I can say, it's an ominous feeling. You walk in there and it's it feels as if you shouldn't be there. I know that sounds kind of corny, but it's a real ominous feeling. It's not an exciting feeling. It brings up a whole lot of questions in your mind. Well, where did this come from? And you know that they won't give you the answers to the whole story.
I don't know if the craft is made of.
Skip ahead.
Let me show you how we do stuff around here. Actually, my department uses
We do not want to
Monday.com, so I'm
infringe.
good.
That was, I mean, that's what I.
Shake's copyright. We're just showing some clips, giving some commentary, and encouraging everybody to go subscribe to Derek Van Shake and check out this video in full. Let's watch a few more clips because this is crazy and deserves attention and is important context to everything else we've been talking about tonight.
I was told, and George and everybody, you know, said that you got, oh, it's public. There's, you know, no one will touch you. And I fell for it.
A car came up alongside of me, and I thought he was just trying to race me to get on the freeway. This was after I had left the project. It was a white, boxy-looking car. Exactly what make and model, I don't know. But I accelerated to get on the freeway to go fast, and there was a gunshot, and the back of the car was hit, and I skidded off into the median. It was an attempt on my life, but by who specifically, I don't know. Though I was threatened before I had left. They threatened my wife's life and my life, so I can only put two and two together and say that they were kind of pissed at me.
What happens when we die, and are we alone? Those are the two big questions.
Oh, very simple to answer, Joe. No, Bob Lazar was like a rocket scientist who was like a super genius that got recruited into this program. And then he left, told his friends about it, got fired as a result. And they basically wiped out all the records that he had ever worked at this facility at all to try to cover it up. But the more time that passes, the more people mention this facility, and the technology he was talking about at the time keeps getting declassified, and you know, like security devices that they had in place at the building, which now come out like years later, declassified. So, you know, in conjunction with his body language, everything seems to indicate that Bob Lazar is legit.
Right. It's a crime that they're not telling the rest of us. I think it's mainly the technology. They just want to keep the technology secret. You literally become invincible once you master the technology.
Space, time, and gravity are all essentially interrelated. They all.
And that's what's so dangerous is like, it's not like SWAT teams are going to be able to go and raid these military contractors that own and operate this type of technology. Like the second that somebody tries to raid them, like they could just take off the velvet glove basically and be like, no, okay, fine, you're going to make moves against us. We're just telling you we're in control at this point, you know. So it's a crazy situation, Rand.
All act on one another. Gravity bends space. Gravity also distorts time. When you vary one, you essentially vary the other two.
And other things can affect them as well, creating time dilation. If you move at close to light speed, the theory is that time slows down around you. So you could travel away from Earth for 10 minutes at light speed, and then you could travel back for 10 minutes at light speed and arrive back at Earth. And 10,000 years could have passed in Earth time, and it felt like 20 minutes for you.
You have a machine that makes gravity. You can pretty much do anything. You can affect time. You can have force fields. All that stuff that's in science fiction becomes reality if you have a machine that can make gravity. And what we worked on in the desert was a machine that makes gravity.
Yeah, he was reverse engineering a machine that makes gravity. That's what it does. It creates a point in space triangulated between these three tubes that creates an artificial gravity field and uses it to just drag the craft along anywhere it wants to go, basically.
Space, time, and gravity are all interrelated. If you could produce gravity artificially, an extremely intense field of gravity, what you could do is actually distort the distance between two objects and make it shorter. Not just distorting the distance, but now you're also decreasing the time between the two places.
The detail that Bob gives of how the alien craft works is astonishing. Someone may say, oh, it's easy to give great detail if you're just making it all up. Actually, it's extraordinarily difficult to fabricate a very detailed story like that, which must somewhat align with scientific theory, and then keep every one of those details straight in your head as you're doing the interviews.
You're essentially separated
over a span of 30 years and keeping the details straight
from reality. As crazy as that sounds, with being encased its own gravitational
You're in a little
envelope,
bubble.
Inertia is not going to affect it.
What happens is a great gravity distortion is created, and you're essentially bending space toward the craft. The craft becomes part of that space. When the gravity amplifiers are shut down, the craft is essentially where it was focused. It's a very difficult thing to grasp. It happens virtually instantaneously because of the fact that gravity distorts time. And if you're bending space and time along with it, when you wind back up in that place, you're there between the ticks of a clock.
This is how some of those recent sightings of Commander David Fravor.
Clear blue sky, there's no wind.
Laser
you see this tic-tac, it's just this white object that's randomly moving around.
That could also be...
It makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up a little
projection.
bit. I remember telling my back seater, I said, dude, I don't know about you, but I'm a little weirded out. It's not a helicopter. It doesn't have rotor wash. There's no propulsion. There's no wings. It rapidly accelerates and disappears. Like, gone. Weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life.
The thing operates exactly.
And I'm writing a scene right now for the Core Saga, my books/screenplay series, which takes place. The scene is the Roswell incident occurring. A spaceship or a saucer craft that with this type of propulsion system showing up at Los Alamos laboratory research facility in the Nevada desert mountains to do recon on our nuclear facility in 1947, which is what I think that the Roswell incident really was, potentially a Nazi craft launched out of Brazil or Antarctica. The Nazis survived World War II, as I mentioned, and they had been working with the Vril Society, Vril being the same thing as chi or prana or ki or ether and alchemy, that they were working on these anti-gravity propulsion craft in the 30s and 40s in a project potentially called Die Glocke, the bell in German. And so I think that they were still around and after the war ended, and they were doing recon on our nuclear facilities with their advanced technology, and that the U.S. government kind of threw out the idea of aliens because it would have been too traumatic for the public after going through this whole ordeal with World War II to now be threatened with the ghost of the Nazis that are still lurking out there. So aliens seemed more of a good option rather than causing a public panic that Hitler and the Nazis were still alive.
Exactly the way I was describing.
So I have this craft showing up, bwomp, and just like blipping back and forth as the anti-aircraft artillery is trying to blast it down. And it's a pretty cool scene.
That's why he was interested to talk to me. Most of the correspondence I get are people trying to get a hold of me going, Bob, you got to listen to me. I'm coming to talk to you. I'm driving from Oklahoma or whatever. But some of them are just batshit crazy, and they're frightening.
Hey, it's Adam from StreamYard.
Hilarious. Thanks, Adam from StreamYard.
Now available only on the business plan.
I've seen many. I've seen orbs. I've seen stationary lights.
Thought I saw something in the room that
Let's skip ahead again.
We knew, again, through intelligence and through open source material, we knew that the Russians and the Chinese and others were working on this too.
The way the craft that we worked on flies is it doesn't fly like a conventional aircraft does, and it doesn't fly like a flying saucer would in a 1950s movie. It flies belly first.
There are 3 amplifiers. The way
and it falls. It creates a gravity well and just falls into it. Woo! There's no flying at all. It's so weird.
The way in which it's propelled are 2 different ways. There's what they call Omicron configuration, where the craft is using 1 generator, or Delta configuration, where it's utilizing all 3. Delta configuration would be for space travel. Essentially, the craft...
Delta being a triangle, so the 3 points of the triangle, delta configuration using 3 of the tubes.
Will tilt up on its side, as opposed to a science fiction movie where you see a flying saucer moving around. The craft will tilt up on its side, focus the 3 gravity generators to a single point, and move through space that way. They'll use 1 gravity generator to lift the craft off the ground. And as opposed to what we're used to, for instance, a plane, once it's in the air, we envision thrust or some force coming out the back of it to push it forward. The crafts work completely opposite of that. What they do is once they're hovering in the air, they'll swing the 2 remaining gravity generators up in front of them and create a distortion, essentially a downhill. And the craft rolls downhill for infinity. It's always chasing a little distortion. That's why they look goofy when they...
So you have an anti-gravity field beneath you holding the craft up, pushing upwards from the Earth, and then you have a gravity well in front of you. So you're being pushed up and falling forward infinitely forth. So using both different ways of activating the 115. Remember when he tried to touch the ball and the anti-gravity field pushed him away from it? That's anti-gravity. Then there's gravity creating a well that would suck you into it, and like the craft dragging it forward.
They fly around at low speed because they're essentially, and anytime you run over, the gravity field around the Earth is not completely constant and stable, depending on the minerals and density of the Earth underneath it. Gravity will vary somewhat, and you will get odd movements of the craft. So its low speed mode is kind of unstable.
Giving this much scientific detail, he's not using many crutch words at all.
And in my story too, I have it like whomp, blip into the area, and then it's in that low speed mode, and it just kind of is like wobbling around a bit. And the instability juxtaposed to the high precision, fast movements creates like a kind of eerie, dangerous vibe.
Or nervous stutters. Typically, we'll notice a lot of that with a liar because they're constantly trying to fabricate the connection between the known truth and their lie, while also trying to come across as truthful. I can't stress enough how hard it is to lie through an entire interview and show virtually no signs of deception.
I mean, it may set down conventionally, but it always rotates. It does a roll maneuver, puts its belly towards the target, and then moves away at high speed. So it'd be like a
car flying with the wheels forward.
Right. And the gimbal video, you can see the craft do the roll maneuver.
That's not our LNS though, is it? It's not. That is an LNS, dude. Well, if there's look at that thing. It's rotating.
And it picks a spot.
It's really interesting. It behaves exactly like the crafts that I worked on. Project Sidekick was supposed to be weapon applications of the craft. Project Looking Glass, any effects of time in the craft. What Commander Fravor saw, he described it as a ping pong ball in a cup and shaking it back and forth. It was moving that fast.
It rapidly accelerates to the south in about 2 seconds and disappears. Oh, well above supersonic. It like a bullet out of a gun, it took off. Talking to some physicists, they don't think the human body could handle that kind of force. I believe, as do the other folks that were on the flight, that when we visually saw it, that it was something not from this world.
There's a gravitational envelope in there which negates any inertia effects.
These pilots were describing seeing these things up to 30,000 feet in the air, flying at extraordinary speeds, hypersonic, well over the speed of sound, changing direction in the most astonishing ways.
All right, let's skip
ahead
again.
High school. But let's hear this guy's conclusion on why he thinks that's the case.
Record I talked to Los Angeles.
He was involved with at the time.
And this is back in the 80s where
Lazar did work at Area 50. A flying disc recovered from a crash in Kingman, Arizona in May 1953. Uhouse says that Lazar did work at Area 51.
I think Bob
S4
is saying exactly what he knows. Bob Lazar is not lying as far as his place and position and the activity he was involved with at the time.
And this is back in the 80s where when you discuss this, people are like, this doesn't even exist.
Yeah, I put my hand on it, badge popped out, and that's how I could open the doors and get into S4.
And everybody discredited that. They said it was bullshit. It was science fiction. Your education record.
Well, that disappeared also.
I've talked to the schools that he claims to have received degrees from. I've checked on his high school record. I talked to Los Alamos Lab where he was supposedly a scientist and so forth. I have come up totally empty.
Crazy, right? Bob's entire past is completely empty. Even relatively trivial things like where he was born and where he went to high school. But let's hear this guy's conclusion on why he thinks that's the case.
Now, when a guy lies like that, you get very wary. Somebody in his imagination was, stronger, brighter, faster than anybody else.
Yeah, he thinks the reason for that is Bob lying about everything. When normal-minded people lie, they weave the lie into the known truth. And they don't lie about things that don't seem to matter, like the high school they went to. This guy seems to have just called the institutions, got the answer that fit his pre-existing skeptic belief of Bob, and hung up the phone.
You guys just came up with the story to make a bunch of money or get a bunch of attention. I hate attention. I just want to kind of hide in the corner and do my own thing. If you think somehow we came up with this thing, then you got to tell me why we did it.
Bob actually doesn't do many interviews and much of any public speaking whatsoever. From all accounts, he seems to be a quiet guy who wants to live a quiet life. He now owns a scientific lab, and he's certainly not milking this UFO stuff by writing books or going on speaking tours or anything that can make money off of this, even though he surely can.
So really, I just go about my life, and that's something that happened that was fantastic, and it's over. But it's kind of hard to shake it loose. But eventually, I will, and that'll be that.
Some of you may be saying, if this guy's truthful, why doesn't he just do an independently conducted polygraph lie detector test to prove to everyone that he's truthful? Well, watch this.
Before you toss Lazar on the pile with all the other UFO wackos, understand that he willingly agreed to take a lie detector test, requested and independently arranged by a Las Vegas reporter. Terry Tavernetti is the ex-cop who administered the test.
If he's lying, he ought to be in Hollywood. Because he gave absolutely no physiological indications of attempting deception. About halfway through.
Right. And what, you can kind of beat lie detectors by going in agitated, like putting a tack in your shoe or like a thumb, like a thumbtack or something to cause pain to create like this tension that you feel the whole time. And that way, when you lie, there's not spikes of tension and stuff. But if he's just cool as a cucumber with a calm bass line and no spikes, either he's a psychopath with zero empathy and zero nerves, or he's telling the truth, and this shit is crazy.
Through that test, I'm looking down, and all of a sudden the realization sets in that I'm looking at a probable, truthful result. And I'm going to be chills right now talking about it because that's what I got. On every chart that I did, the one relevant question that was the same with every test was the last one. Have you deliberately lied to any question concerning the UFO information you've given me? And his answer of no was indicated as being truthful on the charts. So whatever he told me that night, Bob Lazar truly believes to be the truth.
This may very well be the greatest story never listened to. It's just unbelievable that it answers one of our biggest questions we have. And it just seems that everyone just, he's probably lying. He's probably lying. No, he's truthful. He's telling you the truth.
What you're saying makes sense. It doesn't make sense that it's bullshit.
That happened exactly like I said it did, Joe.
I believe you.
There's too much that Bob knows, I think, that couldn't be explained any other way. He knows about the layout of the base. He knew about people who were involved in security checks. He knew when and where the test flights were going to take place because he took people out there 3 weeks in a row and they videotaped the tests. How did he know this stuff if he, in fact, did not have some kind of inside knowledge?
There might have been reason 40 years ago to believe that people couldn't handle the idea of alien visitation. I don't think that's true anymore. I think we're far more sophisticated now.
You may be asking, is it at all possible that Bob Lazar is lying or isn't truthful? Well, that's a two-part question. First, for him to knowingly lie, this nerdy scientist would basically be the best actor in the world. To be able to...
And this is what I'm saying also about Vivek Ramaswamy. His detailed answers to questions are too in-depth and too utterly grounded in like libertarian philosophy for him to be faking them with the fluidity and the creativity with which he just, he analogizes his examples, and it's the same kind of thing here. He was either the best and most intelligent, educated actor on the planet, or he's real. And it's the same thing with Bob Lazar here.
Full of polygraph and show no signs of deception over the course of multiple lengthy interviews. That's impressive. Bob knowingly lying can basically be ruled out. He truly believes what he's telling us. The second part, is it possible Bob is telling you what he believes is true, but somehow it's not true? For example, brainwashed, delusional, crazy, or somehow he believes his dreams were real. That might be a little more possible, but still seems very unlikely for a lot of reasons. First, if he was crazy, delusional, or even a pathological liar, it wouldn't be isolated to just this one event in his life. We would see it in a lot of things throughout his life, because that's a personality characteristic. But we're not observing any of that. Also, there's significant physical evidence. For example, witnesses saw the high-performance alien spacecraft test for themselves on the exact date, time, and remote location in the desert that Bob said. He was telling everyone about up-and-coming technologies years ago, such as Element 115 and that security hand reader, before others knew about it. The very fact that his life records were apparently erased inadvertently caused additional physical evidence supporting Bob's claim that someone really high up isn't too happy with him. Since he doesn't seem to be intentionally lying,
thanks for being here. I
physical
appreciate it.
evidence supporting
Happy
his
New Year.
very extraordinary claim, it seems to be that Bob is truthful and most of what he's saying is real. But I want to emphasize the word most, because some of what he said is only based on what he heard or read, such as the spaceship was from the Zeta Reticular star system, or how humans have been genetically modified by aliens. That kind of information could have been intentional misinformation thrown in there from the government to identify the source of a possible leak. Since the government is so over the top need to know, why did Bob need to know where the spacecraft was from, or that we were genetically modified for him to work on an alien spacecraft? Personally, I don't want what Bob Lazar has witnessed to be true. This is kind of world-changing, and you may be just as shocked as I am. It's a little unsettling that there seems to be another species out there who visits us that's more advanced than us.
Independence Day.
Damn, they got shields too. And can even threaten us.
Yeah.
I wish Bob Lazar was the one who was lying to us here, but it appears there's a certain aspect within the U.S. government that is very dark and very secretive.
And that is what is so important about the whole topic of the evening with Dr. Stephen GREER. This disclosure that he's about to share with all of us within the next weeks is going to completely change the way that we look at our government and technology and physics and the UFO phenomenon and NASA and the secret space program. And everybody needs to get the word out that the Disclosure Project information archive is going to be dropped for the public very soon. Share this with everybody. I've tried to pull some things together tonight to create some context for the release of this information, with the danger that we're facing by the companies that control this tech, and simultaneously with the history of legitimate seeming people who have been talking about this type of information. So please share this with everybody to get the word out, because this is going to change everything potentially when this information drops. Kind of like the way Vault 7 revealed that the CIA can insert digital fingerprints in when they hack to make it look like other countries do the hacking to set countries up, like almost potentially like, the Russia DNC hack type stuff like that. Although there is no evidence of any information being extracted, according to the CEO of CrowdStrike that came out in court under sworn testimony. if I'm remembering correctly, which I believe I am, and you can verify that. H.A. Goodman discussed it a lot, etc. And the records are public. But yes, this is going to be major paradigm altering information coming out this year. And with that, we will wrap up this broadcast. Thank you guys so much for being here. Loki says thank you. Also, she's kind of lurking on my neck over here. This has been episode 58. Dre was not able to make it today. He had some stuff he had to handle, but he will be back tomorrow. So we will look forward to a regular news episode with Dre tomorrow. Truck Fit Dre. But I thought that this was a worthy topic to devote the show to tonight for a change of pace, and because it's going to be extremely important and enlightening. The public isn't ready for it, so hopefully people don't freak out too much. But share this, tweet about it, X about it, hashtag CommonCensored. If you guys want to follow us on X, you can reach us at _CommonCensored. Find Dre at TruckFit LLC. That's TRUKFYT LLC. Find me at Mortis_Noctu. You can support the show financially by going to commoncensored.locals.com. And you can also check out our Common Censored and Common Sense books. Common Sense First Edition Revived, where we made it from high resolution images from the UPenn Digital Calenda Library, the first edition of Common Sense from January 1776. And we have the censored version, Common Censored, where I carefully, painstakingly redacted all of the substance to make it nearly impossible, pretty much impossible, to glean any meaning out of it. Begging the question, would a revolution been even possible if the founding fathers had been censored and the dissemination of information stifled and suppressed? These are the dangers we face today with the network of digital control being built around us. It's important that we have open sourced, technology, big tech systems that are, that we can all see how they function behind the scenes in the code to make sure they're not censoring and suppressing our ideas and information. We're working our way there. X is doing good work now. Rumble is the home of free speech. So we're on the way. Thank you guys all for being here. And until next time, think for yourself. Question authority. Think for yourself. Question authority. Think for yourself. Question authority. Think for yourself. Question authority.